Test, test. Are we hearing me now? Okay, I can hear myself. I just did an intro and everything. But thank you very much for pointing that out. For some reason, OBS decided to just switch to default mic, which apparently is not the mic I use. It's been a week, I'll tell you that much, in terms of technical difficulties, so that, of course, just tops it off. Anyway, I think I was saying hello! Nice to see you all again. And of course, it wouldn't be one of my streams unless we had some issues at the beginning. Eventually, those might go away, but for now... I'm very happy that you all stuck around for, like, what? 4 or 5 minutes of just pure silence, when technically I was talking. I will try to quickly remember what I said, so I think I warned everyone about purchasing the Samsung Odyssey G7 screen. I had to replace one of my screens recently. That's what I went with. And it seems that particular make and model has a bunch of issues when it comes to the frame rates. So you have sometimes a weird smearing issue, and also dead and stuck pixels. So the first one I got had some stuck pixels right in my field of vision whenever the screen was black, and it became very distracting. This replacement also has stuck pixels, but only mostly when the screen's white or blue. So I guess it's better because I don't see them as often, but it also has sort of a half-dead pixel as well that kind of looks like a smudge that I can kind of ignore, so I'm on the fence if I should send this one back or not, because it's such a pain in the arse to do that. But I want a good screen. So if anyone has any good 4K screens that they recommend, post it in the chat and I'll have a look and see if any are on offer. Because I'm not terribly thrilled with the Samsung Odyssey line. Not impressed. Anyway, let's see about getting some games going. So I did sort out my load order, I think. So we shouldn't have any flickering issues this time. However, I do need to switch my copy of Fallout to a resolution that I'm using right now. Okay. We all like Bethesda. Obviously, we are fans of Bethesda. I'm sure many of us have played the Elder Scrolls games. We obviously play Fallout 4. Some of us are very much enjoying Starfield. I'm not one of those people. But something I noticed even in Starfield is you can't change the resolution in-game. You can't do it in Fallout 4. Fairly sure you can't do it in Skyrim. Maybe you can, I can't remember though. Bethesda, I'm guessing, has a limitation with the creation engine that you just can't change the resolution on the fly. So like Fallout 4, you have to launch the launcher and do it that way. It bugs the hell out of me. It's not annoying until it becomes annoying, and then it's really annoying. But let's see. Damn it. I have to close my mod manager first. It is funny. Probably some of the biggest critics of Bethesda are some of their biggest fans. I count myself amongst the big-ish fans. Not the biggest, but a big-ish. You know, I've spent 4 or 5 years working on a mod for one of their games, so I must like them a little bit, maybe. Okay, that is the resolution changed out of game. Let's see if it works in-game. OBS goes over to this screen, if it lets me. It does not. Can I do it this way? Yes, I can. And let's launch Fallout. So today I'm going to do things a little bit differently, because most of the introduction quests that you play through, whilst they have been changed around, they're very similar. So reading through the Twines, I don't think would give you an insight into how they've changed, because really, the most that's changed with them is they've been moved around. And a few new lines of dialogue have been inserted here or there to teach slightly different mechanics, or to... For example, I found one that was called No Taxation, where we had a whole quest about taxes, which then got trimmed down to just being a single line or maybe 2 lines about taxes, and then that was removed entirely because the way they were described by Jake, I don't think was true anymore, so it just made sense to remove the lines instead. But let's see if we can load up our game. There we are. Okay, let's switch to Fallout and hope this works, otherwise I'm going to be really upset. Okay, I'm loading, so if you're seeing a loading screen. Okay, I'm seeing the game. Is everyone seeing the game? I want to support you, but I'm scared of Fallout 3 spoilers, so I'm going to tap out. Have a good stream. Well, if you're still around, there won't be any Chapter 3 spoilers until we get to Chapter 3. Oh no. Oh no, this isn't good. Important SS2 data was corrupted in your save. As much as possible was rebuilt, so you can continue to... Oh, we can continue. Oh, I think that is the Canary add-on there. So that could be because I moved around the pre-combine fix in the load order and moved it to the bottom. So that may have changed something in this save. But I'm going to trust the Canary pop-up there. We're safe. We're good to keep playing. Let me just check my stream, make sure it all looks good. I can see Jake. Can we hear the game? Can we hear me? Okay, we can hear me. Can we hear the game though? If I fire off. Oh, hit dog meat apparently. Did we hear those bones break? I'm going to assume we did. We heard poor dog meat get crunched. We heard dog meat. Very good. Okay. So I think where we left off was we were going to learn more about... We hear the dog abuse. I didn't mean to. It was a mistake. We were going to learn about the next plot types. So let's talk to Jake.
Excuse me.
All right, time to show you what else ASAMs can do. Now, generally speaking, people need a roof over their head, food in their bellies, and a place to be working. We already built a place someone could live. So if you're ready, let's move on to those other 2 things.
Jake's a bit quiet. Let's see if we can put the music down a little bit. Okay, let's do it.
Okay, show me.
All right. Place down a sensor again. But this time, we'll use one configured for food production.
Okay. Ooh. Do I not own this place yet? Ooh. I must do, because I put down that one. Okay, now we need to put down a farm.
Just put it down wherever you like.
So I do recall, and it became a bit of a meme, people would literally drop an ASAM sensor because I had Jake say, just drop an ASAM sensor wherever you like. But we don't do that. Build. There we go, see? People in the chat, they dropped that ASAM. That's a case where it's a decision. Do you stick to being literal, or can you...
I'm going to take on the role of a settler again. Don't worry, I won't subject you to my bad theatrics this time. I just want to show you how easy this is.
So yeah, are you literal in what you write, or can you add a bit of flair? So sometimes when you're literal, people will take it literally. So Jake said drop the ASAM, you drop that ASAM.
I've got much of a green thumb, but thanks to the ASAM, that don't really matter. It'll tell your settlers where to dig, what to plant, when to harvest. Takes out all the guesswork. No fuss, no muss. Well, maybe a little bit of muss. I mean, I am getting covered in dirt. But how's that different to any other day in the Commonwealth?
Okay, she'll be almost done soon. And then we get to hear the mysterious voice.
Okay, almost done.
Sometimes it takes scripts a while to catch up. I know this is something that bugs the hell out of Gav.
Yes! Gone are the days of citizens complaining over those ever-increasing grocery store prices, thanks to Rutger brand ASAM sensors. Never has it been easier for citizens to grow their own mouth-watering produce. It's so simple, even the wife and kids will want to get their hands dirty. For the finest in homegrown food, look to Rutger brand ASAM sensors.
Now, is Jake going to talk to us, or do we have to talk to him?
And there we have it. A fine plot of land ready for cultivation. This from the guy who once underwatered a cactus.
See, people are impatient, and that includes me. Because when Jake didn't talk to us there, I knew it was likely due to just scripts taking a time. But I also just wanted to go talk to him. And that can break stuff sometimes, and that's just... It's a limitation of the engine, and one we have to just live with, unfortunately, until we get the enhanced edition, maybe. Hopefully. Fingers crossed.
I like it.
Glad to hear. All right.
You'll also notice we have a new face this round. No default preset
face.
face.
Place to work.
We have the face I'm actually currently playing
folks
with.
Can perform a little industry. Gather scrap or do a bit of scavenging. That kind of thing. Go ahead. Put down an ASAM that's programmed for that.
Okay, time for some industrial action. Oh, I don't think I mentioned, or maybe I did, but I had myself muted. If you want to ask a question, anything to do with SS2, or just writing, or anything in general, just at Cyric me in chat. I will see it pop up, and I will be able to hopefully pay attention to it. If you want to get my attention right away, you can donate, which should pop up on the screen. You don't have to, but if I'm ignoring you, or if it's something you just must know, you can get my attention that way. But I will do my best just to watch the @Cyrics, so throw those at me and I will answer. So, junk storage. Settlements can only store junk with proper storage. This is something I didn't understand for a while, during sort of the development stage, because a lot of mechanics weren't quite hammered down. So I started playing for the first time without really understanding junk storage, and I didn't have any junk. And I was like, why aren't my plots building? Why aren't they updating? I didn't understand it. So at some point, I've been taking notes during my recent playthrough. Things like that are stuff I might try to write sort of additional tutorials for and somehow figure out a way to make them optional and insert them at the right times. So new players can get that information, because even me, someone who works on the whole project, because I didn't design that system, I don't fully understand it. And it's not until you engage with it a little bit that you kind of get these things. So I can understand how some people have frustration on this. I have the advantage of knowing how it's meant to work, so I will mess around a little bit more until things are right. But let's put down a... Oh, we just did. Okay. Well, we put it down, Jake. Get building. Come on. He's thinking about it. Okay, we're just gonna sit here and wait for him. There he goes.
Okay, time for some industrial action. I'm on it. Looks like the sensors pre-selected a storage unit to build. That'll be useful.
And of course, we can build separate storage units, which I'd highly recommend you do. So let's see if we can do that while Jake is busy. So I do believe, here we go, storage. So you put one of these down if I had enough steel. It's a scrap skull, there we go.
Any old fool can gather a pile of junk.
Let's put
If
that
you want settlements to grow,
there.
you need folks to gather useful building materials. And a storage unit will encourage people to do that. Wood, steel, maybe even a little asbestos to help keep warm. And don't be surprised if in time people start gathering even more useful stuff.
Now, shortly, we should have a guest arrive.
Last screw now. Tighty, tighty. And we're done.
Oh, maybe I should turn that radio off. Okay, while the ASM's busy, I'm going to run and turn that radio off.
Diamond City Radio.
No, we're not.
If you're listening
Nope.
at all.
Oh. Okay, good. I'm just grabbing everything around the radio in panic. Okay, Jake's just taking her time. He's got to wait for the ASM to speak. It's very important.
Times are tough. There's no bones about it. Even useful people are starting to feel the pinch. But you can rely on Robco to provide fulfilling employment alternatives. With just one handy-dandy Robco brand ASAM sensor, citizens need never fear unemployment again. Able to legally gather and store useful materials, your citizens will wonder how they ever did without a Robco industrial unit. Just one more in the long line of technological marvels brought to you by Robco brand ASAM sensors.
Well, there we are. All basic necessities covered.
Get ready for a jump scare.
Though folks won't be happy with the bare essentials forever. Eventually, they will want more. Now, it's up to you what type of ASAMs you put down, but do try and keep in mind what folks in your settlements will be needing.
Excuse me.
There he
Hello. Don't shoot now. I don't mean no harm. I hope you don't mind the intrusion. I couldn't help but notice all the commotion. What are you two young'uns up to here? That is, if you don't mind me asking. Fixing up these buildings, are you?
Okay, it's time for Old Paul Trivia. And let's just save in case I break things by breaking out of this conversation, which at some point, I think if you did break out of this conversation, we didn't have a lead back into it, so it would break things. So, there are many small things during the quest that are sort of considered polish, where it's, if we could get something in, it would be great, but it doesn't need to be there to function. And one example of this is, in my notes I wrote for this, Old Paul should be approaching you from, I don't know, just over here, whilst he's talking to you. So he doesn't do the jump scare. But the way we deal with it is we just have the character teleport to the location we need them to be. And we do this often. Most of the time because it's kind of janky getting NPCs to walk where you want them to appear at the right time. Yeah, it's the guy with the neck, it is. So that's why Old Paul just spawns behind you, and I'm sure you've watched some people playing through sometimes, and Old Paul will just pop in next to them. Now, I think he's meant to spawn behind you. I could be wrong. Ideally, in the future, at some point, when we're adding just extra polish, he will walk in slightly from the distance, just like Jake does when he appears. But it's not critical, that's polish. Now, why the neck? Why the long earthworm neck? It's a very important question. It's because Paul, technically, doesn't have any teeth, because he's very, very old. He's old Paul. Now, we can't remove teeth in the game, but in the grand lore of Sim Settlements 2, technically speaking, Paul is very old and doesn't have teeth, and when people get old and they lose their teeth, their jaw sort of, I think the muscles in it sort of weaken and become diminished, and so they get these tiny little jaws. Oh, so you don't have your teeth there anymore to sort of prop things up as much. Oh, we have something happening. I don't know what it is yet, 'cause it's not put on my screen. A donation with no question, but with a happy dollar symbol man from Co. Is that Cobus, or is that someone called Co? I don't know. Either way, thank you very much. If you have a question, please feel free to drop it into chat. If you just wanted to show some appreciation to Old Paul, he appreciates it. I appreciate it. The neck appreciates it. Yeah, so the reason he has such a long neck, technically speaking, is because I gave him a smaller jaw. And the way that the heads work in Fallout 4 is they don't really take things like that into account. So whilst the head alone looks okay, when you look down and see the neck, you realize, hey, that's a very long neck. Some other characters have this problem, especially ones that I've designed. Lily, who shows up later, also has a long neck because I designed her in such a way where I wanted her head to be small. because she's meant to be young. Lupe has this a little bit as well. So when you make things a bit too small, it makes the neck look a bit too long. So ideally, you'd want to make the head look big. But then they have big heads, and then that looks odd. So you gotta sort of pick your battle. There is a mod I actually use, which does create shorter necks on the female models, which I'd recommend doing anyway, because obviously the game uses the exact same skeleton between the male and female body types, because this makes sense. They share the animations, and it's a lot less work for them to have two separate body types to work with. Even though they technically probably did that to a degree in Skyrim. So it's a limitation of the engine. It's obviously something most people won't notice, but once you do notice it, you'll see a lot of the vanilla female models have longer necks than they should do. It's a bit distracting. But old Paul is special, because he's a fella, and he also has a long neck. That's right, we can have long necks too, gosh darn it. But let's be rude to old Paul, because we don't like his neck.
Buzz off, old man.
Hold up now, don't be dismissive.
Jake does not approve.
Actually, we just finished building these.
Is that so? Built them by yourself, did you? Well, you two looking to settle down here, or?
This settlement belongs to my friend here, not me. I was just demonstrating some construction.
Now, a lot of people here
techniques
have
using
thought that
this
old Paul
ASAM
is like
sensor.
Construction techniques.
he's a partner of Jake.
Using
Like, this
that
is a
gadget
con that they're
there?
pulling on you.
Sounds like Brahmin dung to me.
Which
You
wasn't
telling me
intentional,
you made all
but it's funny.
this using that gizmo?
He's like, wow, that's amazing. That is a very good thing. You should buy more of those ASAMs. But of course, ASAMs aren't being sold, so Jake's running a really bad con right now. Like, he's getting nothing out of this.
Sorry, who are you?
Oh, did I not introduce myself?
No, Paul.
Well, you'll have to forgive me. When you get to be my age, pleasantries become somewhat optional. I'm old Paul. People call me that on account of how old I am. And before you go asking my age, don't. I stopped counting years ago.
I know how old
Now,
he
y'all
is.
gonna answer
I
old
know.
man or not? You two really built this stuff.
See, there's a good example of if you write a question in the sort of Fallout 4 layout of dialogue, or any game that does something similar, always have a lead back to what the previous question was. So the previous thing that Paul asked us was, hey, did you build this stuff? And then we asked him who he was. He told us who he was, but then he asks again, so did you build these things? And that way, all these other answers are relevant to what he just said.
Is it so hard to believe?
I suppose not, but how'd you build this stuff so fast?
Hey, here's a suggestion. Why not offer the old-timer residents here? Let them experience the benefits of sensors firsthand. That is, if you'd be interested in staying here.
I'll admit, seeing you two build with those doodads did pique my curiosity. And it might be nice to settle down somewhere for a while. It is getting dangerous out there, especially for a scav past his prime. But would an old man like me really be welcome here?
And now we have a non-choice. You can't say no to Paul, which obviously we need Paul to be there for plot reasons. If we were making our own game, I would completely let the player say no. Get lost, Paul. Because there is value in a decision like that where you can say no to something. Most people will say yes. But by actually adding the option to say no, it adds more value to that yes, even though most people say yes. So it's a minor thing that's bugged me. I completely get why we've done it. I can't even think of a way that we could do things without old Paul being here. So your options are, yeah, do you want to work for me? Well, that's up to you. I guess so. You'd be welcome. I'm going to leave it up to Paul. It's up to him.
That's your choice. I'm not gonna force you to stay.
Okay, then, you got
And
yourself
of course,
a deal.
Paul stays.
Old Paul is at your service. Now, if you'd excuse me a second, I want to check out this here sensor doohickey.
How about that? Your ASAMs have already attracted their first resident. With that, I'd say our exchange of services is complete. Enjoy your ASAMs. I'm sure you'll put them to good use. Now, if you'll excuse me, I gotta get back to the hardware store. Got a lot of important work to begin on with.
Ooh, now here we have our first hook that was laid all the way back in Chapter 1. What's Jake doing? What could this important thing be? Let's ask. I think I'm charismatic enough.
What kind of work?
Just some
Nope.
personal
I
stuff
suck.
I need to take care of.
But if he passed, he would, of course, say some family stuff. And we all know what that's about. Let's be dismissive. Get lost, Jake.
We're done.
Yep, we're done. I'm going to take my leave, so good luck with the settlement.
Yep, won't be seeing you again.
Hey, where's that ASAM fella going? I wanted to ask him a few questions.
He had to go.
He left town.
Oh, did he now? Well, you're probably the one I should be talking to anywho. You're the head honcho around this place, right? Well, I've got a request.
Apologies
to
if you
make.
hear my dog barking outside.
See, I noticed that there's a whole bunch of new people around here, so I'm thinking it might be best to put down a few more of these here censored thingamabobs. You know, to make sure everybody's got a home, a place to work, and not to mention enough food.
Another non-choice, so we have to do it, but let's give Paul some lip.
I don't appreciate people telling me what to do.
Don't get me wrong, I'm not telling you what to do, just suggesting. These ASAM things seem very impressive, but we can only make use of them if you place them down for us.
So, now starts the quest that I personally always have trouble with. I think it's probably, again, a script backing up issue. I just need to be more patient. But for this, we have to assign some residential plots to our settlers. We have to build some agricultural plots or industrial plots. I think we have 5 settlers here at the moment. Let's see, we have 1 over there. And 2. 1 living in Paul's house. 1, 2, 1, 2. Okay, well, it says we have 5 people, so let's try to build these plots. So we get a house for everyone. Now, I do have some of our community plot types. What would you call them? Building plans? The different, basically different size plots and lots of different designs. So, I like these small ones, but you do have to select the building plan once I put down, just to make sure it builds.
Just
you
wanted to
want.
trade a few things.
I don't know who I'm trading with. This guy. That was odd. I am playing with mods, so there is a chance there will be some conflicts here. This mod load order didn't cause me any conflicts previously, but I have removed mods to make it a bit lighter for my playthrough. But let's change these building plans. From here, you can choose a building plan or a class of building plan for your settlers to build on this plot. This screen acts like a barter window. Buy the options you like and confirm the trade to commit your choice, or exit the screen to cancel. Choosing a class or multiple things on this screen will randomly choose between them. So that I didn't understand for a while, and that confused me. I'd click a class of building, and it just would randomly assign something, and that confused me for longer than it should have. And then it just gives an example. So it should pop up here. So I was selecting multi-home repeatedly because I thought multi-home was the name of a particular building class, but it wasn't. It was just anything that is in that group of multi-home. So let's click a metal shack by Pra. And hopefully that builds. And oh, not enough resources. Okay, so we don't have enough building materials for me to
If you ain't
customize this building.
You should go. Whole place is run by robots.
I think Paul automatically gets assigned to work on collecting scrap.
As you say.
It looks like it was someone else, but Paul, I think, is better suited to this job. So we see in the top right there, we currently have 0 out of a 1,600 scrap that we can collect. So let's put down an industrial plot that hopefully can gather more of that to speed things up a little bit. Let's put it here. That's right, we need more deposits. And this will also count towards what we're currently doing on the quest. Now, I might not be able to change the plot type because we don't have enough materials, but let's see. I have a big think about things. Okay, the moment I move away, the menu's going to pop up, I know it. Nope, okay, apparently we have more time. Or the menu just won't pop up because I didn't click it properly. Who knows? But let's just put down some houses for the meantime. Just whatever gets built is what gets built. And I can just always change the plan later when we actually have more materials. So if Gaff's watching, he might be, I'm not sure. I'm not sure if this is an option in the holotape I've not found yet. But if not, it's an option I think I'd like. When you put down a plot, always have the building plan menu pop up first. Obviously that's going to be annoying for most people, so it'll have to be an opt-in thing. But I personally almost always like to customize the building plans. And I imagine some other people do as well. So that might be a nice option to just automatically have that pop up every time. Let's see. Quests. So we need some more homes. We need some more. Let's get another agricultural down. Oh, don't say more people are joining. I am not ready for you. Okay, that's updating. Very good, very good. Okay, I'm cheating a little bit. I'm just going to put it slightly out of bounds. This is going to be a very messy settlement. Aha. We've unlocked something. So, we can now get building materials. So if you're playing on a more, high difficulty level, so things are more complex, it would gather all of these ingredients here, but I think we are currently playing on a sort of normal level. So all these are classed as building materials. So yes, we are. So nice and simple. Now let's just cheat a little bit and move that back there. There we go. Okay, we need one more home and I think one more industrial plot. And then that should be it to trigger the next part of this quest. Let's pop that here. And we'll just wait for things to update. So originally, you'd be doing all this as part of the first quest, and before we sort of broke things up a little bit. And I think it's definitely paced better in terms of teaching you new mechanics. But I think also some people are impatient and just want to jump to things right away. So they don't want to learn to do all this stuff. Oh, I do like that building plan. And maybe we'll move it over there. So if some of you don't know, which I imagine isn't many of you, if I wanted to, I could just pick up this and move it wherever. Now these used to detonate, I think. They used to explode if you pick them up. But not anymore, and I like that because now I can just move that here. And there we go, that lives there now. I'll probably move it again later, but I want it over there. So we need to meet the newcomers, who are apparently all the way over here. And we get to see someone else, possibly with a long neck. You know, I might actually have the mod installed, which, yep, there they are. Which does create shorter necks on the female models, so...
Hi.
Hey. Are you the one who put out the radio message? Is this your settlement? It's very nice. We had to leave our home. Everyone was getting sick. So, if you're looking for people and it's no trouble, well, we'd like to live here.
Now, many people have asked, wait a minute, these people are sick, why do I have to let them join my settlement? Now, this was meant to be a hook, and might one day be if we sort of go back and manage to do something with it. This was meant to be the hook to teach you about diseases, and this was way back before I think any of the mechanics were really thought out for diseases. We just knew that we wanted them at a certain point. And by we, I mean Big Boss Gaff. So this was meant to be, these guys will join, and they don't bring the disease, because then people would feel bad that we're not giving you a choice. Because again, this is a non-choice. These people always have to join your settlement. And it's just so that they are there later on to, first of all, push the player to go back to Jake, because Lily is annoyed that she can't build a store. And also later on to teach some of the disease mechanics. But I think either they weren't quite finished, or they were going to be introduced in a different way, or it was kind of more towards the end of chapter 2, where it became more relevant. And so it just didn't really work to teach you at this point during the writing process. Now, I think at this point, now that we've seen how everything's laid out, it would make sense to teach the player, not now, but maybe 1 or 2 quests in from now with an optional quest of, oh no, there's a disease, and we will teach you to cure people with the disease, because Lily will be like, I've seen this. I know what to do. You need to cure them with the disease, and maybe use the Nightingales, because they cure things, they're doctors. So yes, if you noticed that was foreshadowing, it was meant to. We've just not done anything with it yet. I don't mind revealing that. That's because technically we've released everything, and this would just be us going back and adding polish. But wait a minute, what did you say about sick people?
What was that about people getting sick?
Yeah.
Don't worry, none of us are sick. That's why we left.
See, she's telling the
so we
truth.
wouldn't
She's
catch
not
it.
lying.
I don't know what caused
She's
the
not sick.
illness. Maybe bad water. Now we just want somewhere new to live. Maybe here, if you'll have us.
Well, I have no choice, so...
Sure, I guess.
Oh, thank you. Don't worry, we're willing to work. Just let us know where you want
And
us.
Lily is a small reference because technically she's a minor NPC. Like, she is just here to teach some minor mechanics. And with NPCs like that, they tend to be... Well, I tend to be more willing to make a reference. So, if anyone in chat knows what Lily is in reference to, I will give you a few seconds, because if you got it, I'm going to be very impressed, because we did tone down the reference, because it was felt it was just a little bit too on the nose. I didn't think so, but some people did, and I'm usually willing to bow to the wisdom of the crowd. Kez Daddy says, I normally get my first outbreak 2 to 3 days after they join. So the outbreak isn't technically tied to them joining, I think. I think it's triggered by the amount of settlers you have. So they do contribute to it indirectly, because now you have more of them. But if we kept Starlight here at its current level of settlers and didn't get any more in there, we could avoid having an outbreak, I think. I see someone in the chat has got it. Kiki's delivery service. Yes, that is the reference. So you will see Lily is dressed somewhat like Kiki. By the way, I love that film. That's why it's a reference. That's why I added the reference. Originally, Lily was called Kiki, because that's the character's name. But that was felt to be too strange of a name. So we went with Lily instead, which is still the name of a character in the film. And if anyone knows the name of who that character is, and they can put it in chat, you win the prize. We don't know what the prize is, but you win it, and it's a great prize. And if you're Googling, you're cheating. If you knew it off the top of your head, I'm very impressed. I don't even think the character is called the name in the film. I don't think. Could be wrong. It's also a character that doesn't speak, so that makes it even more difficult. I'm gonna give 5 seconds, and if no one gets it, I'm gonna ruin it. Because everyone is just on the edge of their seat wanting to know who is Lily named after in that film. I'm not seeing the answer. Lily is named after the cat called Lily.
I just want to trade a few things.
No, I don't. No, I don't. I don't want to trade anything. Which becomes the love interest of Gigi, which is Lily. No, which is Kiki's cat. I'm getting them all mixed up now. And thank you for subscribing with... I'm not going to read that. I'm not reading that. These aren't real. How dare you?
I want to trade a few things.
Why do I keep saying it? Okay, that's got to be... I've got something bound, strangely, or I've got a conflict there.
I'm new around here. I wanted to introduce myself.
Okay, I'm not saying it to him.
Anyway, I just wanted to say thanks for the opportunity. So, is there anything you need me to get started
Let's
on?
see if he does need anything. Let's see.
Did you need anything?
Well, to be honest, we're a bit short of
Okay,
food.
they need more food.
Anything you can do would be appreciated.
So there are little references scattered throughout SS2. Most of them aren't very blatant, because I don't like blatant Easter eggs or sort of hints towards things. Let's see. So we don't have enough food. We don't have enough water. Oh, I shouldn't be looking at those. I should be looking at the ones down below. Because you should... Okay. These up top are the vanilla readouts for the things of people, food, water, power. And while sometimes they are correct, most of the time they're not. They're not really going to give you any good information. So we want to look at the bottom left to see what we actually need. So we do need water, we do need food, we need more defense, which we don't have yet in terms of a plot, but we can put down some turrets. And we need some more beds, because Lily and crew have shown up. We seem to have sanitation appeared, which I don't think we can really do anything about yet, unless some building plans have been unlocked with some of the community stuff I've downloaded for our ASAMs. But for now, we can at least put down something for water. If I can remember where it is. There it is. Water. Oh, we do not have enough resources at all. Okay. Need some concrete. Let's see. Some steel, some oil. Okay, let's just scrap all of these things. Starlight is a good place for steel. Also, I still haven't figured out what mod it is that's adding those tags in, because I've removed all the mods that should do that, so unfortunately I've just got to live with them. I might do a complete clean reinstall of Fallout at some point, and just catch up to where we were. But assuming we don't have any major problems in terms of just getting through the quests, I'm going to leave it as is, because I'm lazy. Okay. Okay, we're missing some concrete still. Where can we get some concrete? Now, I know we've got West Everett Estate that has a few bags of it. Wondering if there's anything we can break down here. That'll just give us some real quick. Aha! Bag of cement. Alright. Let's build. We're cheating, but let's not cheat too much. We'll put the water pump there and get irradiated. And we'll put some pumps over here. There we go. Barricades give concrete. They might do. There we go. Is that enough water? I think that should be enough. Let's see. I bet there's some more stuff over there. We're going to have to start looting, so I actually have stuff to build with. I'm trying not to cheat. I might cheat, but I'm trying not to so far. Scrap, scrap, scrap. Normally when I'm playing, I like to leave, like, you know, a car here or something that's quite iconic to the area. Like, usually I leave all of these speakers because that's Starlight Driving. But I'm not going to be as generous during this playthrough, I don't think. Okay, I'll take those for some glass, some screws, some meat. Ooh. And we may have some supplies in here. First time.
That's it.
Okay, oil, always useful. Aluminium, not I can't even say it. Aluminum? Yep, that's how you crazy Americans say it. I'm not saying it that way. Oh. This is... I think that's vanilla. If not, that is a well-known texture bug that seems to pop up sometimes in vanilla, I think. It may not, it may have been fixed. But it happens with a lot of texture packs. The textures I currently have for mods shouldn't be doing that, but I think the load order has been messed up a little bit, so that bugged me for years until I figured out what it is. It's because it's using transparency in the middle there, but on this particular texture, it's not meant to. So what you're seeing there is like the transparent level. But I'm not bothering to fix that, not now. Maybe later. Let's take all these things, and we'll put them in the workshop before we leave. Uh-oh, uh-oh. I'm out of ammo. But dog meat saved me.
Loctite.
Can't unlock that. Okay, we got some supplies. I want that fan. There we go. Okay, let's go put that in our workshop, which we can do here. Okay, store the junk. Right now, what do we have left to do? We need a few more homes, I think. And some more work. So 3 homes and 3 jobs. And If we can build a turret or two, I might do that, and then we should be off to find Jake. Let's build a home. One. Ooh, do we have giant ones? Ah, we don't. I think we unlock the bigger homes later on. There is one that I like. That is... Well, if we could build it, it would tell us who made it. And it's a sort of big communal house. And I like that one. Because you just put one of those down and you have like 4 people, 8 people, and then 12 people can stay in it. So I like to put one of those as sort of a big... What would you call it? Like where someone comes to live before they get their own house. And it also means I'm not putting down as many ASMs and I'm not taking up as much room. Okay, let's put down a dorm by Oh No. You might be correct there, Kez Daddy. I like that one, assuming that's the correct one. Yeah, just put a little farm there. A problem I did have during one of my playthroughs was I did not put down enough food. And whilst I had enough initially, you very quickly get a lot more people joining. And they are very hungry. Oh, that's big. Kind of like it. It's thematically relevant. I'm going to keep it. And fall through it, apparently. And then get stuck. Oh no! I'm in danger. Help me, dog meat. Ah. Okay, apparently I'm safe in here. Gonna have to cheat to get out, though. Oh no, that's not good. We should have to see who made this. We'll have to let them know to fix possible clipping issue there. Let's see if we can replicate it. So we crawl up here. So I think it's this thing I fall through. Okay, didn't happen that time. Interesting, okay. I'm going to say that was my fault somehow. Don't know how. Yep. Maybe it wasn't done building, maybe? Okay, we don't have to let whoever made that know that there's possibly an issue. It works great. It was just me. You can activate the plot to refresh. Ah, that's a great idea. Or I could have just picked it up and moved it. Well, that's good. That's good to know that that's not a problem for those on a console who can't open up the for those on the console who can't open up the console. I honestly thought I said it wrong somehow then. Let's see. Wait for the settlers to finish. Okay, we need one more. Thought I built enough, but maybe not. Or they've just not assigned themselves. But let's just put down one more industrial, just in case. And then that should progress the quest. Okay, it's having a big think about things. Yeah, we're just gonna... Oh, yep, I think we've already got diseases over there. I'm seeing someone do the animation. So maybe Lily and crew are just enough to push you over the edge to have enough people to get diseases. I don't think that's intentional, but it kind of works. So, there's all Paul. So I think that's probably almost certainly going to be left the way it is. I think we're playing with everything on the sort of default settings. So let me just see what my gameplay... Yep, we're on normal. And I do believe Sim Settlements matches your difficulty to see what the Sim Settlements difficulty is. Okay, we got 2 identical houses. I'm okay with that. Now, is there anything else that we can scrap nearby whilst these guys are busy? I'm always sad that I guess we can't do it because we don't do anything that edits the world space. But just finding resources like this, that is all the concrete I need right there. And it's like, just come get it, guys. Just figure it out, drag it down there. That's all we could need. And look at all this wood. It's right here. Like, if we someday did a Sim Settlements 3 and we had complete reign to do whatever we wanted to the world, I would do things like that. You can send a team of people here to start getting this natural resource and bringing it back to your settlements. That would be fun. I mean, I guess you could do it. You could just put an activation marker there and you activate it, but it wouldn't despawn. the model, I don't think we'd be able to do that, so... Yep. Just wish list things in my head I wish we could do. Like, I really like this world. I think it's very good for the story that's been set up, where you have to find things to rebuild, because there's things everywhere. You have quarries, you have stuff like that's up there, where something's being transported. You know, if we could go get those tractors, and then you can use them in one of your farm plots, that'd be really cool. I'd love to have the option to mine one of the quarries, yes. And I'm not promising anything, but we may do something a bit like that in Chapter 3. I'm not sure. I've yet to get up there in my current playthrough. So maybe it doesn't work the way I think it does. So, someone who's played through Chapter 3 properly, because I've play tested it, but not actually played it. I'm fairly sure if you capture a strategic location, you get resources from it, for some of them, related to what's there. I think some of them are just like generic things they give you right now. But if it isn't the case now, it will be one day where if you capture a quarry as a strategic location, you will get concrete from there, because that makes sense. So, may not be in the mod right now, will be in the future. Hopefully, fingers crossed. It's meant to be. That is sort of meant to be the idea behind a lot of the strategic locations in the game. That aren't a settlement, but you can capture for some benefits. Okay, I think these guys, yeah, they have everything they need. I wonder if we just go to sleep. We don't need to sleep. We're not playing on survival, which is how I usually like to play. But, I just, in my game I'm playing for at the moment, this is my base right here. I've built a little sort of shack onto the side of this, and I was just running here to go jump in my bed and go to sleep. That doesn't exist here, so instead I'm going to put... Actually, do I have the mod installed? I don't. I removed it probably, but there is a mod that I'd recommend that allows you to sleep on sofas. I like that mod. But we're just going to use a vanilla bed for now. Filthy, filthy vanilla bed. And let's just sleep for now. See if that progresses things. Ah, an hour's sleep. I am well rested. If only it worked like that in real life. But it does not.
I just need to trade gear with you.
See, I don't know why I'm saying that. That's not right. That could be maybe something to do with that pop-up we had before, where something in the save is broken. Likely because I moved around mods in my load order. Or it could be a conflict. I don't think it's a conflict. It's a strange one if it is. I get a feeling it's something to do with Jake. Because if I were to speak to Jake when he's following you around, you will try to trade with him. Ooh. Moving cars from the road aside, taking them to the smelting factory would be nice. Yeah, just things like that. Like, I really like this world in terms of it's very already established as it's ripe for you going in and, you know, finding the resources, bringing buildings and factories back to life. Which is what we try to do some of, and we probably will try and do some more of. Because I like the idea.
Let's trade some things.
I think Gaff likes the idea. Am I talking to dog meat?
Hey.
No? If it keeps doing that, I'm going to find out what that is. I might just go back and strip all my mods out. Because that's going to get annoying. Okay, let's sleep for a little bit longer. And hopefully progress things. Let's make it daytime. Sort of a nice, long sleep. Early morning. I need to trade a few things randomly happen to me a lot of times. Can't connect it to anything. This is the first time I've had this happen, so it's odd. I'm not sure what would be causing it. It might be when I go past, that is Niha's run animation. It is. Those hands you see right there, those aren't vanilla.
I just want to trade a few things.
There, where are they? They've disappeared. There they are. and it's from one of Niher's mods. Niher is a member of our team, and also makes many of his own very good mods. I would recommend you check some of them out. Many of them are very cool gun mods. Okay, these guys are having a big think about things, so let's see, what else can we do while they're busy? Wait for settlers to finish. What have we got nearby? Museum of Freedom, Concord. That's where Jake is. Let's go over here. I don't think we have much ammunition for our weapons. We got a machete. We got a pipe pistol. And a shotgun. That'll do us. Oh, I replaced that. Apparently not. Okay, I definitely have things that are broken somehow, because that should be... Oh my gosh, I'm not ready for that. Ooh, I might get lucky. I'll get a little bit closer. Okay, I'm gonna risk it. Oh, I've never had Mylux appear there before. Really? There they are. Run away! I really should have put down a turret. Okay, where's he going? I can cheese this. There we go. We're safe now. I'm not going to hit those guys. Yep. Nope. That was pretty much all my good ammunition. Yeah, get out of here. You can't defeat me on top of my train. Oh, I heard a noise. Let's check OBS. Silent Mac has subscribed. Thank you very much. I would change that to something custom, but I can't find how to do that on Streamlabs. I'll figure it out one day. But not today. Run! Oh. Okay, let's just get my settlers to help me. Come on, guys. Earn your keep. This whole pole gets ripped apart. I would help, but I just don't have much ammunition. Okay, I'll help. We did it. We saved the Commonwealth. Let's grab some of this meat.
Oh, it's you.
It's me. Go back to work, Paul. Right, I believe we were having an adventure before we got rudely interrupted. We were going to see what was over here. Dogmeat okay? He's fine. And there we go. Let's just switch back so I see the chat. There we go. Okay. I think this is the dump with all of the mole rats. Ah. I always thought it was just one guy who spawned here. Now, I'm not sure if we save these guys if they will join us or not. Let's try. Seem to be taking care of themselves pretty well. Oop. Oh, out of action points.
Hmm?
Nope.
Alright. Still in one piece.
These guys are doing a good job. They don't need me. They definitely don't need me missing all my shots.
It's over. For now.
Okay, is that all of them? Okay. Will they join us?
Yes.
No. Oh, the attack's not over. Maybe that is why.
Guess my good karma's paying off.
Okay, we're still in danger. Surprised they're not dead yet. Okay, we got a mole right all the way over here. Or at least we did. Oh. Okay. That should be all of them. Yeah, I'm fairly sure these guys can't get recruited, but let's see.
Hi.
Yeah?
Nope. Not even a thank you. Maybe this guy.
Excuse me.
Thanks for the help.
50 bottle caps.
Huh?
Nope, that's it. They won't join. Never have for me. Yep.
Hi, how are you?
I bet there's a mod out there that lets them join you. Because that feels good. You've done something, you've saved them, they want to join you as a result. Like, I wish there was more reactive settlers like that in the world. I mean, that's kind of what we do with SS2. People show up, sometimes they just join you, sometimes they want you to do something first. In an ideal world, where we designed the entire game, I think I'd want more people like Sheffield, where they're just out in the world, you meet them, maybe you do something for them, and then they want to join you. I think that would feel good. Now, how are things going back at the settlement? Wait for the settlers to finish constructing jobs. Okay, let's go see if any of those plots need refreshing. There's a mod to recruit settlers who need water or right away. Okay, I'm gonna go into criticism mode now. There's a lot of stuff in Fallout 4 that feels very disconnected. One of those things was the settlement system, which I understand was... It was one of those things that was on the chopping block for a long time, where they almost released without it, but they got it sort of working just good enough for release, so they kept it in. But because it was just sort of just got in there, it was very bare bones and didn't really contribute anything to the story, because obviously they couldn't have it in the game, and have it be important to the plot if they didn't know it was going in for sure. So maybe at some point during development, the whole settlement system was important, I'm not sure. Or maybe it just was an extra system that got added for the fun of it. But that is definitely one of the goals of SS2, to make the settlement system feel like it's part of the game and have something important to do. And also help you during your quest to go find Sean, because we all care about Sean. Gotta save him. It's very important. And we'll just build settlements for like 5 days. But my kid's still very important. Okay. So these guys should be good. They should be happy with everything. We'll have to wire these up at some point so they can upgrade. All of these have people assigned to them. We don't have any defense and we are low on water, so let's fix that. Feels like it's tied quite heavily to the Minutemen quest in vanilla. That's where it comes in. That's true. I'm wondering what they would have done if they had to cut the settlement side of things. Like, would you still have to go to a settlement and help them out, but they just won't join you? I'm not sure. Okay, defense. Let's see. Huh. Well, that doesn't seem right. Yeah, okay. Next playthrough, I'm definitely going in and just clearing out my mods. I think there are some that are remaining, even though I've technically removed them. Because I can build that for free. Okay, no, I can't. Maybe I get one free one? I don't know, that was odd. I need more steel and oil, though. the steel. Ooh. Radiation. I know I can delete those barrels. Maybe I should do that now. Let's grab that one. We'll just have to meet a nightingale at some point, and hopefully they can cure me of my radiation sickness. There we go. Okay. Back to the settlement stuff. Okay. So we have a small amount of defense. Maybe we need a bit more water? Ah, damn it. We need concrete. We don't have any. Ooh, adhesive. Chalk. Let's pick that up for later. Where can we get concrete from? I'm sure sometimes you can delete rocks. Again, that could be a mod that does that. And that will give you a small amount of concrete. Bit of rubber. Bit of oil. Oh. Ah, damn. I thought we could get that cinder block. Oh, maybe that one. Hooray! That's enough. Okay. And more water. Let's do an extra one. Okay, so if it was the water holding back one of the farm plots, maybe that should be resolved now. And let's wait for a little bit. See what happens. These guys have jobs. They have homes.
I'd like to trade some items.
Sure.
They have jobs. But they're sick. I don't want to cheat. But it does seem like things should be progressing. Are these upgrading already? I thought you had to connect them to the power. Oh, I think because these are smaller plots, they work off sort of the, what do you call it? The sort of, the power that's in the air. So you don't need to connect them up to the power grid. So that might be why those are upgrading. Try putting down an extra plot and assigning someone to it. That normally fixes it. Okay, let's give that a go. Put down another agricultural. That here. There we go. Oh, it's having a big think about things. Okay, so wait for it to get built. Wait for settlers to finish constructing their jobs. Ah, multi-person home. Okay, now I can build the big containment unit for all the lovely workers. Yes, you love working. You love it. Okay, let's wait for that to finish building, and then hopefully the quest completes. I could swear it said we'd already built everything. But that seems to be a fix. Just build more than you need, and that will help things progress. I know sometimes your companions can bug it out somewhat. So, like, if you,
Hey, stop that, please. It can't be good for the sensor.
But it won't work right.
That's no reason to go beating the living daylights out of it.
Well, how do I make it do what I want?
I wish I could tell you, but I really don't know.
Then you don't know that kicking it won't work.
Excuse me, miss?
Oh, hello again.
Oh, thank goodness you're here.
we got the brown face bug.
Maybe you can talk some sense into the young lady.
Okay, let's see if we can fix this by doing a quick load. Sometimes this fixes it, sometimes it doesn't.
What's going on here?
It's this
Nope.
sensor thing. I want to build a store.
We've got brown
you know,
Paul.
somewhere I could sell stuff, but it won't work.
A store? I don't think the sensors can build those.
He looks horribly burnt.
Can they?
Who knows?
You know who would know? That ASAM fella.
I'm fairly sure the bug's
You
caused
should go
by
find
something to
him.
do with
Ask him what else these sensor flibbity gibbets can do.
either the eyebrows, because you notice they're gone right now, or one of the other sort of overlays on the face, like the dirt or the freckles or anything like that. Fine.
Fine. I'll think about it.
That's all we ask. In the meantime, I'll get the new arrivals settled. And hopefully prevent more property damage.
Good luck.
Okay, well, off to meet Jake. So, that quest there pretty much played out the way it has the entire time. It's just settlers would show up and you had to build whatever it is they needed. However, that was part of the first quest to begin with. And now it's got its own little quest. A lot of quests got sort of broken up, moved around, sometimes combined with others. There was a lot of that, where we moved stuff around so it felt better in terms of progression. And like now it seems obvious, like why wouldn't you do it that way? But during development, those things, they're not quite as clear as you might think they were. Yeah, we need to buy some better armor and some more ammunition at some point, I think. Who is this? Chems vendor.
Excuse me.
Hey, man, you need some chems?
Okay.
Sure. Let's take a look.
This is all I've got at the moment.
Okay, he only buys chems and he only sells chems. Okay, that's not worth selling to him. You know what? No, I do not want anything. But let's steal some of the things you have. I'm not gonna ask you about these bodies over here, good sir, kind sir. Stand backs, yes please. Okay, let's go find Jake. Spooky, spooky Concord. Ooh, I do think we have a Nightingale cache here. Yay! Oh, this thing at the top is meant to obviously open now. It's meant to open when you open up the container. It was working at one point, and now it isn't. It'll be fixed at some point once someone has some free time to do it, I'm sure. I see a question. Cyric, do you keep or scrap the free gold bars in Sanctuary Root Cellar? Ah, they are worth love caps. I usually play with survival mods that sort of overhaul a lot of the loot in the game, so those are usually absent in my game. But I see no reason for us to not go back and grab them. Hey, Jake.
Hey.
Is he gonna talk? Nope.
Oh, hey there.
Get a double tap.
Didn't expect to be seeing you again. Is something up? It's not the ASAMs, is it?
Anything been happening around here?
Since you helped get rid of those raiders, things have been fairly quiet here. Just the way I like it. But I doubt you came all this way just to ask me that. I assume something is wrong with the ASAMs?
Now, there are almost no vanilla player lines to ask about something like technology or devices or sensors. So what I had to do here is Jake just keeps asking you, like, are you here for ASAMs? And you've just got to say...
That's why I'm here.
So
Yep.
it is the sensors that bring you here. Look, I'll tell you the same thing I told the others. I know it may seem confusing, but trust me, just stick with it. Keep building with them, and provide your people with proper supervision. Eventually, it'll all make sense.
So Jake's obviously assuming we're struggling to use these things. We don't understand them. We're dumb wastelanders. But let's ask him about the others.
The others?
You're not the first to make use of the sensors. I've provided a fair few to other folk as well. However, most seem at a loss what to do with them.
So originally, in one version of the story, Jake, I think we touched on this last time, Jake hadn't found ASAMs before. And oh, I'm just going to turn off that radio. Excuse me, Jake. Excuse me, Jake. There we go.
Excuse me.
You're back?
I broke the conversation.
Again? What's wrong this time?
Good job we got a lead in. So yeah, Jake didn't know about the ASAMs. So a big change is that there are some settlements in this world now that have been using them. We encounter one in the story, I think, but there are meant to be more of them out there. At some point, maybe we'll touch on some of them. Probably not, though. But the hook was always there for if we wanted to do something with a settlement that was sort of outside of the Commonwealth, but used ASAMs. Well, the hook's there, so we could have done that.
What else do you have?
What else? Are you saying the sensors aren't enough for you? Well, that's a first. Most people complain ASAMs are too complicated. No one's ever asked for more. I'm starting to get the feeling you're not exactly.
I see a question. I'll answer shortly.
All right, Slick. Consider me curious. What's your story? Like for starters, that Pip-Boy on your wrist. I bet there's a tale behind that.
So, just Monica asks, what prior experience did you have with writing before SS2? And how long would you estimate it took you to write? So, before I joined the SS2 team, like 5-6 years ago, I had done barely any writing. The most I had done previously was helping people improve dialogue on scripts that they had written. Usually for like theatre plays and stuff, because that's what I used to do. I used to do lots of different types of theatre. Sometimes it was like amateur dramatic stuff. Sometimes it was musical theatre. One I did that was funny now, but terrible at the time, was a charity thing. And the idea was you had professional actors, in quotations, and I was one of them, and people who otherwise wouldn't be able to act because they have a disability or they're just not professional. So we had sort of some people who were just amateur and wanted to do it, and then some people who had disabilities and wanted to do it. And I thought, well, that's nice. I don't mind doing that. And it was nice. But the guy running it, let's just say, I'm not sure if he was pulling a scam or was just completely incompetent. But a few times I helped him with some of his writing, because it wasn't that great. Usually I helped people who were actually wanting to do something and weren't doing a scam. And usually it would just be punching up the dialogue. So they'd write a scene, two characters would be talking, and they just sounded like robots. They didn't sound like real people. And I seemed to be at least be able to give pointers to, hey, just have them say this instead. So that was the extent of my writing experience prior to joining SS2 in terms of me actually doing writing. Now I've absorbed a lot of writing. I played a lot of games where writing is very important, and I seem to, at the time, unknowingly, like a lot of TV shows or films that had really good writing, but I couldn't have told you why I liked them. Jump forward 5 or 6 years, I know why I like them now. It's because they're really well written. Because as you learn how to write and a lot of the rules, you kind of see how it's done in other things. And it's a two-edged sword, because now you'll appreciate the really good stuff and you'll understand it and just appreciate just how good it is and how skilled the people who created it were. But then you'll also notice the bad stuff, and sometimes something you liked, you'll watch again and realize, wow, this is trash. I'm not even sure I can enjoy it anymore. Sometimes you can, sometimes you can't. So learning to write will ruin things for you, but it will also give you a newfound appreciation for some of the stuff that's really good. Thank you for the question. I rambled a bit there, but I hope I answered. I see. It's weird how many people just write beep bop boop instead of actual dialogue. That is true. Oh, I see another question. Oh, well, now I have to ask, what are the rules of writing you've learnt? Oh, that's a lot to go into. I'd say if you're interested in writing and want to learn some of the do's and don'ts, there are many good resources on YouTube of people who usually they break down a game or a TV show, and I'd recommend the ones that are doing very critical analysis, and usually it's very negative. But in watching that, you'll learn a lot of the don'ts, and that's how you learn some of the do's. And one I can just throw at you right now, which is one that came up today when I was talking to someone, is if you're writing a plot, writing a story, and you have characters and events and so on, something to avoid is the how should I put this? It's sort of, you don't want an event or something to happen, and then something else happens, and then something else happens, and then something else happens. And you might say, well, surely that's how you write a story. Things happen one after another, and they do. But the way you want to do it is something happens, therefore something happens, therefore something happens, therefore something else happens, so on and so forth. The idea is everything in the story should push it forward, and if something happens, it should be something previously happened to cause that to happen, cause and effect, essentially. You'll be surprised how many things out there don't do that. And sometimes things with a lot of money behind them. It's just, and then a thing happens. Why? I don't know, for the plot. But why did it happen in universe? Who knows? Things that are good, you'll notice there's almost always a cause and effect to a character doing something, and then having a payoff for it, and then that causing something else to happen, and then they are now dealing with this thing, and they deal with it a certain way, which causes something else to happen. So you have this domino effect. All good stories do that. Sometimes even a good story will have just a, and then this happens, shrug, moment. But the best out there will have zero. So that's something good to keep your eye out for. Another question from Kez Daddy. This is the last question I'll answer for a while, but I will go back and answer other questions just because, we should play the game a little bit. Do you have recommendations for a particularly good series or movie? Ooh. Well, I just watched a very good series of movies recently. I rewatched them. And that's the Lord of the Rings films. I'm sure that's a very easy answer because everyone says, yep, Lord of the Rings, great film trilogy. And it really is. Watch the extended editions if you like it and you can tolerate it and you have the time. The level of... It's actually a really good example because it's not a new IP. It's based upon the books. So they had to be adapted. And there's a lot of changes. There's a lot of dialogue that gets moved around. Different characters sometimes say different dialogue. But it all serves to push the story forward. It's a very fast story in terms of the pace of it. And it's done really, really well. Peter Jackson knocked it out of the film. Knocked it out of the film? Knocked it out of the ballpark with that film. It's such a shame he seemed to forget all of that when The Hobbit came around. The Hobbit's a good example. If you like those films, watch The Lord of the Rings, really pay attention, then watch The Hobbit. The Hobbit makes so many mistakes. It's so bloated. It has a lot of, and then this, and then this, and then this, even though it's following the plot of the book, because they had to invent new things to go in there. And then if you want a really bad example, watch the new Lord of the Rings Amazon series. I don't even know where to begin with that one. I hated it. If anyone enjoyed it, I don't want to bash you. If you can enjoy that, good on you. I don't want to ruin it for you. And I think you can enjoy things which are flawed. To me, though, that's flawed beyond reason. I can't enjoy it because I see all of the writing mistakes. It's just, it hurts me. It really hurts me. Let's just catch up with the chat here. Kobus apparently learned about that rule the other day. It's a good rule. It's one of the basics. You really should always have something happen because of something that's happened previously in the story. Thank you. I'll stop hogging the questions for now. Feel free to ask more questions. I will get around to them. I just realized we've been staring at my silly character's face for like longer than we should do. So, yep, leaving Jake hanging. It's not good. I haven't seen a single Lord of the Rings movie. Okay, if you like fantasy, you owe it to yourself. I loved fantasy before those films. I adored fantasy after those films. They're just... There is a reason people love them so much. Anyway, sorry, Jake. I was talking about a thing you have no idea what it is. Or maybe the books do exist in the Fallout universe. Huh. Never thought about that. But, you're being nosy, Jake.
Wouldn't you like to know?
It's not every day someone trips over a Pip-Boy. Heck, took me years to find mine. So where'd you get yours?
Not your business, Jake.
It's none of your business.
Sorry, didn't mean to shove my nose where it's not welcome. I was just curious was all. You see, not many folks walk around
It's
with
another
those
non-choice.
things.
He's going to talk about your Pip-Boy,
Well,
no matter
unless they're
what.
from a vault.
Wait a minute.
Say, that wouldn't happen to be where you're from, would it? A vault?
I guess so.
I was in a vault. They put me in cryogenic freeze. I woke up at one point.
So, some people
killed
hate
my
this
wife and
because they
kidnapped my
don't
son.
like the vanilla story and like to
trying
play
to find
with the alternate
I'm
start
so
mod.
sorry.
But
I know what that's...
it's important we include
Well, I know
this
some
because
people
Jake
think
needs to
easy.
know this for story reasons.
You might be surprised how common that kind of thing is out here.
So, that's actually
Not
something else I'll get into
frozen in the
after
vault part,
Jake's done
but-
rambling.
I'm sorry, I'm rambling.
I know, Jake, I know.
I don't mean to pick at fresh wounds. But what you said about being frozen, are you telling me you're pre-war? Before the bombs?
So, the reason Jake asks this is because this is pretty important knowledge. Like, he needs to know this in terms of assuming that someone is playing the vanilla story. And we can't really build a mod around a mod that someone might have, but we can build a mod around a vanilla story that everyone will experience. So, that's the route we went. There's a lot of times in the base Fallout game where your companions or someone in the world will just know something that you've done or said, and it's like, how can you possibly have this knowledge? And it's for convenience, and it's because it's almost impossible to figure out what the player has done, what they've not done, and then write dialogue for every possible outcome, especially if at that moment you actually need to sort of push the player in a different direction. So I completely understand why Bethesda did it. We do it as well. All games do it. Some games do it a lot less if they can, but that's why we shoehorn this in here. Like, Jake needs to know that you're from the past because it's going to come up again a few times and it's going to be kind of awkward if you've not explained it to him. So let's be rude to him though, because it's funny.
What do you think, smart guy?
Whoa. That's...
Yep,
Well,
I'm
that's
amazing.
amazing. You really aren't like most people. Then, if you don't mind my asking, why is a vault dweller from the past bothering with settlements and ASAMs?
Okay, minor spoilers. These things you answer here matter. Quite a lot of what you say to Jake matters. So if you want to be a jerk to him, I'd say be prepared for the consequences. There's some interesting consequences if you do. So if you want to do a playthrough where you're a bit more raidery in outlook or a bit more bloodthirsty, be more aggressive with Jake. Be short with your temper with him, and just be generally dismissive, and you might get a different outcome. And I'm not going to be too psychotic, but I'm going to be kind of out for myself.
Hey, I'm just here for the rewards and glory.
Oh, well, that's fair enough. The Commonwealth is a big place, and with things as fractured as they are, rewards and glory are in short supply. If you want returns and recognition for your efforts, well, I can't
I'm
think
being
of a
mean.
better long-term investment than a
I'm sorry,
settlement.
Jake.
Well,
He
guess
doesn't
that
mind. He likes
explains
it.
why you're so serious about this settlement stuff.
Oh,
Raiders! Hurry!
Raiders again? I'm sick of those guys.
Back at the settlement. A whole bunch of them. They've taken hostages, please. You gotta hurry.
Damn raiders are like rat roaches. You crush one and 5 more crawl out.
he
Well,
did
don't
clean
you
his
worry,
face.
Slick. I got your back. You helped me with my raider problem. Only right I help you with yours.
Now, I think this is the first time you actually have a choice. You don't need to bring Jake with you, so let's see if it plays out if we don't take him.
I don't need the help.
All right, if you're sure. Good luck with those raiders. I'll keep my fingers crossed.
Come on, get the lid out and move before somebody gets killed.
Old Paul has great stamina. Let's go, Paul. This is something else I hate. I know a lot of people hate in the games. Partly this is my fault because I think my character's slightly upscaled. Because, well, I like him being that size. But this is a problem generally in games anyway. So Old Paul's running. If I run at my default speed, I just run past him. So it means you got to do this thing if you run, and you stop, and you run, And you stop. Or you walk, but then I'm slower than him. I haven't fixed that animation. I'm keeping it. It's great. Kind of mocking Paul. Oh yeah, we're in a hurry, Paul. Oh yes, we better hurry. Yes. Okay, let's go. Now, there's a bunch of bloatflies I think you usually spawn if you're low level at this point. I think, I could be wrong, I think we did figure out a way to disable vanilla spawns. I'm not sure if we can always do it or only in certain places. But occasionally you will have something vanilla pop up and it kind of ruins things a little bit. Where's Paul going? Oh, I see, he's taking a shortcut. That's interesting. So we should have some bloatflies pop up shortly, and I think the raiders will engage them. Okay, we reached this point. Here's another bug I think we're all aware of. For some reason, this marker does not disappear. It's been fixed once or twice, and it just likes to come back, so... We'll fix this thing at one point. It bugs the hell out of me, but what you gonna do?
Just looking to trade a little.
Now don't get all gung-ho now. Those raiders have hostages.
Uh-oh. Okay, let's save in case... Oh, there we go. I'm just going to let them deal with those guys. So, there might be a way to deactivate these spawns. Because obviously, you want the raiders just over here, focus on the settlers. It's kind of odd that, oh no, we need to fight these nasty critters, and the player will help you as well, because we're all in this together. And then it's right back to a hostage situation. It's a bit weird. Let's go talk to these guys.
Hold it! Take one step closer and I shoot.
So, this is another case of some hooks we left. This little encounter here. So, one of the original plans way back when, and something we may follow through on, even though it might be impossible, who knows, is playing Sim Settlements 2 along with Conqueror at the same time. And so if you had been talking to Jammer at this point, who is the main guy in Conqueror, he'd be here instead of this generic raider. And he'd be confused why you're here, because assuming you've spoken to him and met him, you've been doing raidery things, and now he's like, wait a minute, you have settlers and settlements? That's weird. Like, I didn't know these were your guys. What are you doing? And here's where you'd have to make the choice. Do you keep going with Jake, or do we side with Jammer? And I think the idea was if you sided with Jammer, he'd take over Jake's role in teaching some of the mechanics, but it would be really bare bones. So he'd somehow have to gain the knowledge of Jake and figure all these things out and push you down the vanilla SS2 story. But as a raider now, it would be so complicated. So I don't know how he'd do it. Maybe one day we figure it out. Also, it's meant to be the first example of... Now, I don't think it plays out correctly, but it's meant to be the first time where going the A path... So the A path is usually this bottom one here. This is the A option if you were playing on Xbox. So let's see, this would be A, this would be B, this would be Y, and this would be X. And when we design the quests, we label them like that so we know what options are which. A is usually positive, or saying, okay, I'll do something. B is like a negative response, or saying you won't do something. Y is usually a question, asking for more information. X is sometimes asking for more information, or is a sarcastic response. Usually, if you spam the A option, this gives you the best outcome to a quest because you agree to something, or you will try to placate someone by being nice. But in this case, the idea was, it's actually better if you just attack these guys. So if you just do the B option. Now, I don't think it plays out that way. But let's try.
Go ahead.
What? Don't you understand? I'm saying I'll kill them. I'll kill all of them.
Yeah, I don't care.
I don't care what you do.
Yeah? Well, maybe you'll care when we kill you instead.
I'll find you.
Yep, see, the guy's head pops off. So what's meant to happen there is he'll immediately target you because you've just been like, I don't care if you've got a hostage. So he just abandons the hostage. So the idea is, hey, sometimes don't take the A path. Maybe a different path will get you a better response, especially if you're dealing with, say, a raider type, which would be a setup for something that I don't think we paid off on. Maybe we did somewhere, because I did want to do more of that in quests. But there are some quests that maybe we'll add one day, where maybe you should be a jerk sometimes. Maybe that's going to be the better option. But I'm actually going to reload that. I have some perk points, so let's try and solve this with some perk points. And demonstrate something else that I think most people here are... You'll be aware this is in SS2, but I'll show you an example of it. So, I think we can take this perk, if I can find it. Ah. Damn. Okay. We can, but I gotta level up my perception. We're gonna take awareness. And then we'll re-engage with this guy.
What's going on here?
You stupid! What do you think's going on?
So, if you... Again, this is we get a slightly different option now because we weren't dismissive, but if you attack the raider here, it's meant to be the same outcome of you sort of got the drop on him, and sometimes it's more beneficial to be aggressive, therefore the hostage doesn't die. But the way the script's set up, I think the hostage just, his head always pops off if you go that route, so again, it'll be fixed one day. There are things I'm planning to hopefully get in post-release, hopefully, fingers crossed, which would overhaul this quest a little bit, so we can probably fix it then. But let's play along for now.
What do you want?
You wasted a whole bunch of us at Concord, so now you're gonna watch some of your people die.
Okay, so at this point we could bribe him, which is a speech check, and if we pass, he likes that. If we fail, he doesn't like that, and I think he just kills them, or it just loops back and we can do the A option, which leads to the guy dying, or the B option, which should save him but doesn't. But we're going to click the awareness perk. So, something that many people have almost certainly seen is we have perk responses. And the way we do this is we override one of the pre-existing. So let's say we didn't have attack raider here. Let's just say this was a normal dialogue of you just saying, that's nice, please don't kill him. And then he just says, well, I want to kill him. And then it would loop back. So it's kind of a non-response. It doesn't really matter. It's like a filler dialogue. So this X response here was kind of a filler line previously where it was just there to fill the space unless you have this awareness perk, and then we can click it instead.
Bad idea, unless you really want to piss me off.
Whoa, okay, look. We don't really give a shit about who you killed in Concord. We just wanted a bit of fun. Just shoot a few of your people and maybe shake you down for some caps. That was all. We don't want to die over this. We'll just leave. Okay?
See, I used my awareness to know they didn't actually really want to fight. They were just trying to shake us down for some caps. And now he's saved. You can
Excuse me.
Help!
Gion? There you go. That was a bug for ages as well with this guy. He just hang out with his hands up for like ever. And he just stay there. I think sometimes for like multiple quests, you just come back and he's still there hanging out.
Can we trade a few things?
Of course.
And these guys should go back home. Okay, let's go talk to Paul. Is this guy just having a cigarette? Yep, that was stressful. I recognize this guy.
Got a dangerous look about you. Hope you ain't here for me.
That's actually a good line. Where's Paul? Oh.
Don't see anything now.
What the? Okay, I think they aimed at something hostile over there, lost sight, but managed to shoot one of their own. Silly raiders. Let's talk to Paul.
Excuse me.
I suppose that's one way to do things. Hold on, it looks like we've more company. Oh, it's just the ASAM fella. What's he doing
Jesus.
Hey, I hope you don't mind, but I wanted to check on you.
I was
Make sure
genuinely
everything
scared
went
by him.
But I could see I was worrying over nothing. Looks like you handled the situation just fine.
Yep.
Say, before you had to run off, there was something I wanted to ask you. This maybe isn't the most appropriate time or venue for a chit-chat, but have you got a minute?
So that was meant to be a similar thing like I mentioned before with old Paul would walk down the road before you. So the idea was old Paul sees someone, he's like, oh no, we've got someone else approaching us. And then camera focuses and oh, it's just Jake running towards us. But we just do that thing of we teleport the NPC close to you because it works and it just gets us to where we need to. One day there will be polish where Jake will walk over. But this is a very niche scenario because most people would want Jake to come with them, so he'd already be here. So, you know, why spend the time putting that extra level of polish on when most people won't even see this? Now, it's something we do want to do, but we have limited bandwidth, and usually that's me sort of poking Gaff when he has more important things to do. Now, we could dismiss him, but that's just going to put it on pause, so let's just be a bit rude.
Okay, let's hear it.
Well, this may seem abrupt, but the Commonwealth. By now, I'm sure you've experienced enough to form an opinion about it, so tell me, what do you think of it all?
Now, I see most people be very positive here, because that's the default path you take. It's positive. But Jake actually doesn't want to hear that. He wants you to be a bit more grim. So let's go with the B option.
It's the same old thing. People fighting each other instead of working together. Everything going to hell, but no one doing anything about it.
Hit the nail right on the head.
You know, Jake likes that.
Couldn't have put it better myself. It's a real mess out here. People living in dirt. Barely enough food or clean water. Random attacks from raiders, pharaohs, or God forbid, synths. But here's the thing. It doesn't have to be that way. It just might be possible to bring back a measure of the civilization to the wastes. Like what you used to have.
Now, this is meant to be conditioned, but I'm fairly sure I conditioned this, because it's back in chapter 1 when I was doing this and didn't really know what I was doing. Still don't, if I'm being honest. But you shouldn't be able to ask about simps here if you've already spotted them. There's a global condition in the game that can check for that. I may have said it wrong, so if you see this option pop up and you're like the leader of the Institute, you're not meant to see it. But let's ask it.
Wait, what was that about synths?
If you've never seen one, count yourself lucky. They're kind of like
See, this dialogue makes no sense if you are the leader of the Institute.
More human. Well, some of them.
Plus, Jake will know you found your kid. I don't think you mentioned the Institute to him,
Or a
though.
hell of a run. Preferably in the opposite direction. But enough about that.
So if you meet
Right
Jake
now, I'm
earlier
more concerned
and you've
about rebuilding the
actually been to the
wastes.
Institute, you can tell him
You've
I lost my
already
kid,
seen
but I've already
firsthand
found
what
him.
ASAMs can do.
And he'll acknowledge that.
And you've shown interest in what more you can get out of them. What if I were to tell you, we've only scratched the surface? And maybe, if you're willing, we could perhaps do more than you ever imagined. I've got plans, but I feel they'd go a whole lot smoother if I had a reliable partner to ride shotgun. So, what I propose is a partnership. You and me, working together to try and rebuild the Commonwealth. What do you say?
I don't know. How does this benefit me, Jake?
Depends. What's in it for me?
You're wanting to build settlements, right? Well, join with me, and we'll make settlements that are the envy of the entire wasteland.
Alright.
Alright. I'm in.
Hell yeah! You are not gonna regret this. I suppose a proper introduction is in order. Name's Jake. Jake Evans. And it's a pleasure to be working with you.
Let's not waste time.
Let's not waste time with small talk.
All right. With the formalities out of the way, let me answer a query of yours. Earlier, you showed an interest in getting more out of ASAMs. Now, if that's something you really are serious about, then I know where to find the equipment we need. However, there is a...
I like how he's got all dark and reflective. So, you may have noticed there's a mismatch between the lines there. And that's because we had Tom, who's the voice of Jake, record all the lines for the previous quest, probably have a break, and then come back and read the lines for this next quest that's just started here, because there was a transition between quests there. And I very much should have written a note to be like, hey, here's the previous lines, so make sure it matches this in tone. So Jake goes from super excited because you're going to work together to being like, okay, now let's work together. So there's a bit of a mismatch there. I've got it written down in my notes. One day we'll polish it. But again, it's not critical. Everything plays out as it should. I got my own problems, Jake.
I got my own problems.
I know. But just bear with me. You see, the place with the ASAM equipment has been claimed by a raider gang. Really dug their heels in. And they're not open to doing trade.
Cobus confirms.
But I reckon together we could break into the little base and grab what we need. However, we would be in for a tough fight. So, you think you'd be up for that? Taking on a raider stronghold?
Okay, but look at me. Can I... There we go. I don't know why he decided to face the other way. There's probably a quest marker he's meant to walk to. Usually when the this little option comes up with the questions, an NPC will turn to you. A script kicks in to make them realign with the player. For some reason, Jake doesn't want to, though. So let's ask some questions.
Hold on. I have some questions first.
Of course. What do you want to know?
What is this ASAM equipment? What is this? Could it be some sort of hub device?
What exactly are we looking for?
Well, I'm not entirely certain. That's not exactly a reassuring answer, is it? For a while now, I've been looking for this particular piece of tech. I don't know what it's called, but I think I know what it's meant to do. And if we get it, it should help us do more with the ASAMs.
Interesting. Tell me more.
Tell me more.
All right, how do I explain this? Okay, so right now, we got ASAMs, right? And for the most part, they work just fine. However, for them to function even better, they need to be connected to another machine. Some kind of computer, I think. And without this computer, we can't unlock the ASAM's higher functions. So that's what we're looking for, this computer thing. If we can find it, I think we can make the sensors do a lot more.
So, I can offer a bit of writing advice here, which is a mistake I see often in mods, and also in sort of, I don't want to say more amateur writing, because that sounds a bit rude, but yeah, amateur writing. People who haven't had the experience yet, or just haven't improved even though they should have, which we see a lot in some media these days, like TV shows, where really the showrunners should know better. Lord of the Rings. Anyway, what we have here is the player obviously wants to know more information, so we have the player ask Jake about it. Now, he can't tell you everything right now for two reasons. One, because he's going to tell you anyway later, because this is information the player will need to know, so we don't make it optional. It's not in a question branch here. So Jake will always tell you things that you need to know that will come up at a certain point in the plot. You cannot skip this dialogue. But by asking questions, usually you can get more context for things. Also, the reason we don't explain it here of like, oh, it's a comm hub. It makes the ASAMs do this, this, and this. It's because then we spoilt it. Well, now there's no mystery. Now there's no intrigue. It's only a small amount of intrigue of what this device could be. But lots and lots of small amounts of intrigue can build and can just push you forward to wanting to know more. Third reason as well, I'll add in, is it's too much information. You're throwing too much at a player at a time that's not relevant to them. So they're going to forget it, and they're going to get bored and frustrated. It's going to be information overload. So there's 3 things you can learn from just one dialogue branch. And these are things you should always be keeping in mind when you write dialogue. Like, does it serve the purpose? Does it either push forward the story, or add some characterization, or give some extra context? If not, cut it. Like, it doesn't serve a purpose. All dialogue should serve a purpose. In games, it's a bit more lax, I suppose, because like right now we're doing an optional speech thing. We want to ask more information. But if you're watching like a TV show or something, well, that's linear. Like you're not going to be able to stop a TV show and go, wait a minute, like, tell me more about that thing. So you can get away with it a bit more in games because of that interactivity. But generally speaking, that is a rule you should follow. Yes, Cynical, they grow up so fast understanding the rules of writing. But if you're writing a mod, or just writing in general, keep that in mind. Nothing else, that's all the answers I had.
Nothing else.
Questions,
All
rather.
right, then. So, think you could tackle some mean old raiders on their home turf?
Okay, I'll help.
Don't worry. I'll help you deal with these raiders.
Well, all right. Now, this equipment we're after was delivered from Concord Hardware to an old Air Force satellite station called Olivia.
don't talk about that ghoul kid in the
before we
fridge.
go there, might want to make a pit stop or two.
There's a reason everyone
I
hates that
understand a
quest.
nearby farm
Unless you
has
like
had
it because
recent
it's silly,
dealings
which
with
it
this
is. It's very
particular
silly.
group of raiders.
It makes no
It
sense.
might be worthwhile asking him about it. See if we can't get more up-to-date intel. Also, I've got a small cache of gear hidden nearby Olivia. It's probably still there. Would be useful for our little venture. I'll mark your Pip-Boy with our points of interest, but it's up to you what we do. I'm handing over the reins.
So, Jake there just told us we can go to the Abernathy farm to ask them, because obviously the Olivia quest that you can get from them, it makes sense to have the player do both of those at the same time. So go talk to Abernathy, learn about the daughter, get the locket. You can do 2 quests at once. However, if you've already spoken to Abernathy, or you've already done that quest, Jake would actually send you to Drumlin Diner, which I think is over here somewhere. Now, he does have dialogue. I'm going to see if it fires. This is another thing that we've tried to fix and implement a few times when there's been a spare moment to see if we can get this triggering. But Jake is meant to comment on the situation when you first approach, and then he's meant to comment on how you resolve it. So that's Wolfgang and Trudy having their argument. Is this the diner? No. No, that's not the diner. But it is in this direction. Okay. About to fight the school. Oop, out of action points. I'm cheesing things a little bit. What the hell is Jake doing up there? Oh, he's fighting a bloodfly. Okay. Oh god, they're learning. Run away. Who's this guy? Oh, I think that's one of our settlers. Okay, you can help. We did it. Okay, I'm going to actually equip a melee weapon and see if I can favorite it properly. Okay, I went on this one. See, it's there. I favorited it. Okay, now it's working. Okay. Before, for some reason, that kept becoming the pistol. Okay, I think there's a ghoul in there. Yep, there he is. Sneaky, sneaky, sneaky. Oh. Always recommend a machete for taking on ghouls. Let's grab some of this loot. Ah, yes, okay, I know what this is. There is a sub-basement area with some loot, but we won't go there just now. Do we have some right away? We do. There's Jake. Okay, Drumlin Diner, that's where we were going. And we'll see if the exchange happens. Okay, so we should have Jake say something if he catches up. Where is he? Oh, there he is. Popping next to me. Okay. Oh, I think we walked past and triggered the conversation. Okay, so Jake won't say his piece here, even if it was working.
Whoa, easy
let's
there,
talk to him.
Vault Boy. This doesn't involve you.
You stop waving that gun in my face, or it's gonna involve me.
Okay, just take it easy. We'll lower our weapons, all right? Just don't do anything crazy.
Let's hope I help.
Looks like you got some trouble. I can help.
Help? What are you, some kind of hired gun? Or maybe you can talk some sense into Trudy over there.
If I help, I expect to get paid.
I'm not here to haggle.
Ooh.
You'll get whatever I feel like giving you. Got it? Now what's it gonna be?
I'll talk to her. Maybe we can work this out.
Appreciate it. If things go sideways, we'll back you up.
Okay, let's talk to Trudy.
I saw you in that poison cellar talking. Well, he ain't getting his money. Period.
Okay, I'm going to save because I want to hear Jake say his line.
Look, you owe them money. If you just pay them, then this'll be over. Everyone walks away without getting hurt.
All right,
Hooray!
I'll pay. But that bastard ain't gonna sell one more drop of jet to my boy. You hear that, Wolfgang? You'll get your damn
See, I
money,
like this quest
but I
because
better not
technically
catch you selling
everyone's in the
jets
wrong,
to my
and that's
boy
interesting.
again.
Fine by me, Trudy.
And Jake is just dominating his fight, getting
All right.
higher and higher.
Crisis is over. If you're here to trade, step up to the counter.
What you doing, Jake?
Bye.
We get paid and I don't even gotta shoot nobody. Good job. Here. Now how about I show you all the pick-me-ups I have to offer?
Gonna pass.
Okay, no Jake comment there. Maybe if we talk to Trudy.
Hey there.
We're open for business again. A little lighter in the pocket thanks to you. How about you buy something and make it up to us?
I don't need anything.
Nope. I'm fairly sure I've heard him speak a line. He's meant to say something like, don't expect a discount here, after sort of talking her down. I swear we've had it trigger. Maybe it broke at some point. But yeah, Jake is meant to comment on this, so if you've already done the Abernathy quest, this is sort of the alternate thing to send you to. If you've done both, then I think Jake says nothing. Or I think he just tells you to... No, I think he always tells you to go to the Drumlin Diner. I think that's always the backup. He tells you to come here just for supplies. Okay. Let's go to Abernathy. What's Jake dominating? Well, he was dominating Drumlin Diner for a second there. Oh, it's all the way over there. Damn it. Because I went out of my way. Now, we all know secretly Jake isn't a dom. Let's not be mean to him. Aiden, on the other hand... well, he likes to think he is. But that's enough of that. I won't have any filth or smut. Or at least not much. You know what? That's not actually for me to decide. That would be for Super Weevil. Who's... oh my god. Jake hates wildlife. That gun has got a punch to it when it fires near to you. I'm not killing them. I'm not a monster. I think, again, I usually have a mod that stops that. There's Blake. Okay, I'm just going to spam through this conversation because we all know how it goes.
We're a peaceful farm. We don't want...
Uh-huh, I'm
It's
friendly.
okay, I'm friendly.
If you say...
Yep.
Farming's hard work.
Won't I? Blake Abernathy.
I'm... yeah.
Good to see you. How about you?
Dig in the dirt all day?
You're word of it. White.
Sounds like bad news to me.
You... last time... now she's buried. That's why we need...
Sure. There's nothing worse than losing...
I'm sorry. I don't know if you could...
Yep,
Don't worry. I'll get that locket back for you.
Good. Connie feels...
So for those who maybe don't know, which I doubt is anyone here, we just agreed to go get the locket of his daughter back from the raiders who killed her. And where's Jake? So he should comment now. Come on, Jake. I think I broke him. Oh no. Maybe by taking him to Drumlin Diner, that's cause things not to trigger. So he's meant to comment on that there. I was going to try to give a demonstration of him actually commenting on a quest, but apparently he doesn't want to. Now, I'm going to leave this up to chat. I'll make a poll if you want to, but I think we can do it just by normal chat. Do we go and get Jake's equipment before we go into Olivia? Should just dump some stuff off here. There we go. Jake comments directly after talk with Blake. But he was too far away. Well, I'm not sure if it's set up like that now, but at one point the condition for it was if you were a certain distance away from Blake. So maybe now it's just on a timer. So I think I was waiting for Jake to get close and then me to move away from Blake, and then he would have said his line. Oh, uh-oh. Wasn't ready for that. Thank you, Jake.
It's over.
I see an Zurich. Does being mean to him at the equipment affect things further on? I'm not sure if we have a condition set there. I'm going to say, generally speaking, if you take a mean or sort of selfish stance around Jake, that will affect him. Not always, because we don't condition everything, because that's a lot of conditioning. But on things where it kind of makes sense that he'd pay attention or remember what you said, there will be... He'll remember that. Okay, we're not going to get his equipment, which I believe is just over there. And so, spoilers here, but I'm fairly sure everyone here already knows how this plays out. So the idea is, if you get his equipment, Jake will have a helmet, and he gives you one too. And this will protect him when he gets attacked by some raiders later on inside of Olivia. If you don't have the helmet, he gets injured, and you have to help him. And this is meant to be a teaching moment of sometimes it's worthwhile to go out of your way and do some of the optional stuff, which does come up again in Chapter 3 for sure, and might come up in Chapter 2 a few times. I can't remember what got cut and what remained. Definitely comes up in Chapter 3, though. Oh.
I'm going to hold back. Scout the area for nasties. I'll let you deal with the raiders directly outside.
Very kind of you, Jake.
Once you're done taking out the trash, I'll meet you at station's entrance.
Let's get this over with.
All right, just don't go too far away.
See, Jake cares about you, but at the same time, he's already tried this once before, and it didn't go very well. So at this point, you're the muscle. Story-wise, like, he really does mean it. He is going to go scout the area and try to take down some scouts. Now, if you follow him, he just walks around, because we didn't set anything like that up. But, like, story lore-wise, that is what he's doing. So he's not blowing you off completely. He actually is trying to do something useful. I'm just going to save because of that mole rat, which I know might jump up at me. I think it's already been killed, but you can never tell. Okay, so we have to deal with the outside raiders. Ooh.
What the fuck was that?
I don't think we dealt with all the raiders, but is that Jake over there? Here he comes.
This is bullshit.
Get him, Jake. Get him. I'm not sure why that raider down there hasn't been counted as one we need to kill. Okay, Jake's coming right at me. Where's he gone?
Good job. You really don't like raiders, do you? There were a few lookouts around the perimeter, but I took care of them. Shouldn't have to worry about anyone raising the alarm. At least, not right now. Say, before we head in, would you care for a bit of advice?
Okay.
Make it quick. We have things to do.
This particular raider group packs a little more artillery than the usual riffraff. And that includes some nasty big miniguns. Just remember, miniguns need a few seconds to warm up before they start firing. So make sure you use that to your advantage. And make sure you get your ass behind some damn cover. You can't get hit by what can't see you.
So, whilst I think most players at this point would be able to take on the raiders here, there's a chance, like, some players have only played SS2 content and maybe we didn't give them enough experience. So, that's why that line is there, because I realized maybe this is a bit too soon for you to take on I can't remember the raider boss's name, but the lady who has the big minigun. Like, I've gotten killed by her a few times on survival, even after I've got a few levels under my belt. So the idea there is, yeah, if the player is maybe new and doesn't know what to expect there, they've got a heads up there. But let's ask Jake for some lore. How do you know that, Jake?
How do you know?
Akak, yes,
Well,
that's right.
The equipment that we're here for ain't my first time coming here for it. A few weeks ago, I tried sneaking into this place, but I got caught. And after being treated to a beating, I was sent on my way by a hail of minigun fire. Now I'm just lucky those things ain't precise at long range.
Don't worry. I'll be careful.
Come on, let's head on in.
Okay, let's go in. Fairly sure there's still a raider down here. Oh. I want to see if Jake takes care of him. If he can figure out how to get down here. Oh, it's because I'm crouching. I upset him. Come on, Jake. Yeah, okay, it's going to take forever. So let's just... oh, no, he saw me. But it's okay, I can teleport. Aha. Ooh, shotgun. Yes, please. Gas mask. Radar leg. Okay, let's just take all this stuff. Okay, just save. Now, I've not seen Jake break here for a long time. But you never know. Especially because I have mods. So, something we learned in retrospect, if Jake follows, is if ever we do anything in an area like this, it's better to copy it and create our own duplicate of the cell. Because all of this takes place in the vanilla cell. But I remember this causing so many headaches for Gaff to try and set up. Oh, I just heard a noise. Let me check what it was. Just Monica has subscribed. Thank you very much. For those who maybe are new, or haven't seen the previous stream, I plan to do these every Saturday around this time, so 9 o'clock my time. I have no idea what time that is US. I think next week I will be away though, so no stream next week, I'm afraid.
And it mentions a delivery from Concord right here. From Concord Hardware, delivery by Boston Direct, courtesy of Sender K.S. Magnuson, item 1, industrial site.
And this is the first time we hear Magnuson being mentioned by name.
Com Hub. That must be the ACM equipment we're here for. And I think it's stored behind that door up ahead. Which is locked. Huh. Looks like it was recently tampered with.
So, just pause it there. So, that line there, and I think we've set this up correctly, and I think I've tested this, but I could be wrong. The idea is if the player has already been to Olivia and has cleared it out, obviously they've opened that door. Now, what we're meant to do, and I know this isn't set up properly, is we're meant to change the key for the door, or make it so it can't be opened at all, even if you have the key. And that's why Jake has this line of conversation here where he says, looks like it was tampered with recently. So that's either in reference to the player, who has been here and has done it, or is in reference to the raiders. However, if you have the key, you can just grab it and just go open the door right now, and Jake will not comment on it, because you're not meant to be able to do that. So again, it's polish that will fix one day, but not today.
There's an extra level of security. And I reckon I could get through it, though. Just give me a few minutes. In the meantime, I'd appreciate if you take care of any raiders around.
Ooh,
I don't like the idea of someone sneaking up on us while I work on this.
Okay, now Jake's going to stay here. I think I still have a particular mod installed. Maybe I don't. No, I don't. A mod I like and I'd recommend is the emergency rations mod, which adds the sort of ready-to-eat meals to certain places, especially old Air Force stations. So I think there's a box here, but I must have removed that. Which makes sense, I'm not playing survival. So, I don't really need food as much. Be worthwhile switching to a real shotgun. 45. Okay, no, let's stick with this shotgun. It does a lot more damage. This is a mod weapon. I like it. Maybe it needs to be balanced a bit better, but the idea is, I think, you've only got one shot and then you need to reload. So it does more damage, but you've got a huge reload time. So it's like a... This is what you use to take out someone like Agag. Uh-oh. Sneaky, sneaky. And no one heard a thing.
What the? Leaving us for another crew? Sounds like Gap and his people got a nice setup. Billiards, plenty of beer. Only worry is my alerts.
Ooh.
Yeah, well, good luck with that.
Why do I have to do these things up with you?
That was a bit too much. Okay, back to looting. Okay, I'm fairly sure Akak is down there. Oh, looks like Kobus is off for the night. Good night, Kobus. Thank you for sticking around. And I would say hopefully you learned some new lore, but I'm fairly sure you knew most of this anyway. Oop. These raiders are terrible. Yeah, I'm hoping Akak pokes her head around the corner.
Get a grip on yourself.
What?
Nope. Just random raiders.
End of the line. This.
Oh. Where's Akak? Oh. Oh. What I want to do is this. Okay. This is really cheesy, and I'm fairly sure it still works. If you have your critical meter built up, you got a guaranteed critical. I don't think it matters how far away you are, so I'm just going to critical with the shotgun. There we go. It's really cheesy, but I love doing it. The game lets me do it, so I don't feel too bad. My general tactics, I think, are a bit overkill, because I'm not playing survival. But I'm gonna get all critical again now. I think this is one of the major strengths of something like Fallout 4 that I don't think translates well to Starfield. I think in Fallout 4 you can play more of that sort of survival, gritted teeth, oh my god, I might actually get killed here gameplay, whilst in Starfield, at least on normal difficulty, because I wasn't playing on too difficult, I don't think, I just didn't feel that at all. Maybe it's because you start off being a bit more competent than you do in Fallout 4 and Fallout 3. Hey, we get the locket. But that made me upset that I didn't... I like to scrounge, like, and really have to fight for that first few levels up to... Oops. Up to about level 10. I think that's suddenly when you start feeling like you're kind of competent in the world. Why can't I open this? You know what? Screw this. I'm going to restart it. Okay. That gave me so much trouble for another slot. Stop. Ooh. Legendary. Okay, I think there's some good loot in here. 2 legendary. That's interesting. Ooh. Oh. And is this? Yes. Okay.
There we go.
This is from the backpacks of the Commonwealth mod, I think. And I also see some chalk. So let's put on that. Let's put on... What's that backpack? Why can't I see it? There it is. There we go. Now we're a real adventurer. Backpack. And I see some chalk. Now, I'm fairly sure I checked where there was chalk in the beginning of the game. For those who know, you can exchange chalk for ASAM sensors with Sickle the super mutant. And so I made sure there's at least, you know, small amounts in the vanilla game. I don't think we've placed any, but I have watched some people streaming the game and they're unable to find chalk. So maybe we should place a little bit more around. But generally speaking, where we send you to in the base game, at least here, maybe there's some other places, there should be a small amount of chalk around that you can go exchange for ASAM sensors. Okay, I think I searched all this place. Now, we didn't go get Jake's helmet, which means we're going to find him in a bit of a pickle. Bloop. So let's go save Jake.
Someone there?
Uh-oh.
What happened? Ah! Never a dull moment.
Wait a minute. Jake? Okay, Jake's not meant to help you at all there. He's meant to stay there and be hurt, so... Again, this is a path like most people actually go and get the helmet for Jake. So it's often a question of is it worthwhile putting all this extra effort to make sure he always stays down and doesn't help. But let's save, like, I'm fairly sure he'll get up when we talk to him here.
Excuse me.
Boy.
No? Okay, that's been fixed. Wonderful.
Oh, no matter how many times it happens, still don't like getting shot. Oh.
You okay?
It's my own fault. Shouldn't have walked in front of a bullet.
Okay, he gets him now, but I kind of like that.
Some patching up here. You got any stim packs?
It looks a bit janky, but it kind of works. It's like he's trying to get up because he's hurt, and then he's like, nope, back down I go. Now, I'm not going to pass this speech check, but I'm going to try.
It's not that bad. Come on, get the door.
Maybe you're right.
It worked.
I guess I'm feeling a little better. Oh.
I've convinced Jake to get up with the power of positive thinking. Still a bullet in him, but he's fine. Save that stim pack for me. Now, what's the joke option? I don't know. I didn't pick it. I can't remember now.
Just need to hit the last few keys on the terminal and... Hey, presto!
Yep, walk it off, Jake.
There
Walk
we
it
are.
off.
Let's take a peek inside, shall we? Help yourself to anything that takes your fancy. Only one thing I'm interested in, and I think it's right over here.
So I do believe there's a few things in here I can comment on. Let's do a bit of looting first.
Yes.
Yeah, let's take a look at that. I've been so spoiled by the UI mods that add the icons to things when you're looting. So I'm so used to checking them rather than having to read the words. Yeah, take all that. Okay, so first bit of trivia is this bit of paper here was meant to be, and I suppose still technically is a placeholder. So it's meant to have from Concord Hardware to Olivia, or whatever, stamped here, because that's what Jake reads. So for a placeholder, we just put this bit of paper. But it's like, again, we just never got around to it because it's such a minor thing. So one day, that will read from Concord Hardware. Jake just isn't making that up. And the second thing, just grab some of these, is there's a note here that I see a lot of people miss. But this is your first clue as to where the story goes.
Nice.
So, hey Teddy, appreciate you doing... Hang on, I should do the voice. Oh god, how does the voice go now? Hey Teddy, appreciate you doing this. When the hub arrives, get it unpacked and connected ASAP. Don't forget to reposition the satellite, roughly between word I can't say and another word I can't say. The hub will do the rest. Regards, Carl. And, who could Carl be? Because we don't actually know who Carl is yet. We know who K.S. Magnuson is. But that couldn't be the same person, could it? Nah. So the two positions there, if I can actually read them. Spoilers for Cyric lore. I'm actually dyslexic, so I'm terrible with words. Which I know, ironic considering what I do. And reading, for some reason, just my brain does not like it. But let's see, it's cursive as well, so I think it's Sarah something tatis and tranquilitalis. Those are the attempts I'm making, those are the attempts I'm staying with. Now those, spoilers, are two positions, I think to the... I could be wrong. It's been a long time since I checked it, but I think these are two positions to the left and the right of the Sea of Tranquility. And the Sea of Tranquility is, of course, a large area on the moon. So, Magnuson had the comm hub shipped here. It was meant to be connected to the big satellite array, and was meant to be receiving telemetry from this area that he's telling them to point it to, because that's where his moon base is. So there's, I mean, it's literally telling you what's happening, but because you don't have enough information yet, it doesn't really mean anything, unless you go back with prior knowledge. So, yeah. I think I put that there in the Chapter 2. So that wasn't there since Chapter 1. I did that with certain bits of lore, because I didn't want people to have too long to think about them, because then they might have figured everything out. Some people did anyway, so maybe I should have just put it there from the beginning.
Excuse me.
You're a sight for sore eyes. Find any meds?
Oh, okay. That's interesting. The speech check didn't hold, and it's going back to the conversation out there. That's a bug we need to fix. That is actually a bad one.
You're a sight for sore eyes. Find any meds?
But I bet we can fix it by... I bet it's because most people can't pass the speech check. But let's come back here, Jake.
You're a sight for sore eyes. Find any meds?
Okay, if we give him the stim pack, that'll probably fix things up.
This'll make you feel better.
Oh, that'll cure what ails.
Okay, I think he's going to go back to the computer, and then go back to his little spot over there. Oh boy, that's not a good bug to have found, but good job we found it.
Raiders interrupted as I was finishing up.
Did they now?
Just need to hit the last few keys on the terminal and...
Uh-huh.
Hey, presto! There we are.
I'm not impressed, Jake.
Let's take a peek inside, shall we? Help yourself to anything that takes your fancy. Only one thing I'm interested in, and I think it's right over here.
You know what? I buy your lore there, Kez Daddy. Jake is woozy from blood loss. That makes perfect sense. That's exactly what happened. Okay. Talk this time, please, Jake.
Well,
okay, yes.
Well. What do we have here? Huh. Would you look at that? Interesting. Very interesting.
Here's a fun little tidbit of knowledge. So that packing material, I'm fairly sure, is power noodles. That's the power noodle texture that you get in the bowl. It's just stretched out to look like sawdust or packing material and stuff. I think that was meant to be a placeholder, but it looks good and I like it, so I see no reason to change it. Now that I've told you that, though, maybe that's ruined it for you, and now all you can see is a box full of noodles.
So is this what we're looking for, or not?
Oh, right. Take a look. Shipment label reads, from Concord Hardware. This is definitely the equipment we're here for. No mistake there. This is the ASAM comm hub. As best as I understand it, this thing connects to the sensors somehow, allowing them to do more stuff. But I wouldn't really know how it does that until I turn it on. Although looking at it, doesn't look like time's been too kind to this old gal. I'm already seeing a fair number of damaged components. I wonder if it'll still be able to run.
So Jake saying well, well, well there, which is the name of a quest later on. I actually do that multiple times. I think there's at least 5 or 6 quests where at some point the name is said during dialogue, either before the quest or after the quest. So keep an eye out for those. I just thought it was funny. So try and find those. Not every quest, but some of them. Let's be mean to Jake, because it's funny.
Just relax, Techhead.
All right, I hear you. I'll hold back my screwdriver until I've got this thing to the hardware store. Well, I'd say we're done here. We found what we came for. No reason to stick around. You were a big help. There's no way I could have done this by myself.
Tell me about this device.
Can you explain how this thing is actually gonna work?
Well, like I said, I won't really know until I can turn it on. I'm fairly familiar with ASAMs, but this is a new piece of technology for me. It's probably going to take a while to figure it out.
I want to go.
Can we move this along? I've got places to be.
Oh, right, of course. You got things to do. See, if you've not already done so, now might be a good time to get your bearings. Still can't imagine how overwhelming all this must be for you. Maybe check in on any settlements you've got going. Or if you think you might need more sensors, there may be some not too far from here. A place called West Everett Estates. But I should warn you, area's overrun with super mutants. Might be a challenge for you, even after this.
So here we have another example of, if you've met super mutants, there should be another dialogue option here, but again, I don't know if it triggers properly, so chances are you can always ask if, or what a super mutant is, as if you don't know. So Strong could be your companion, and it could be watching this whole thing, and yeah. Speaking of, I should grab a companion at a certain point and start bringing them along on quests, because the companions often have an input in most quests at least once. Actually, no, scratch that, it's not most quests. It's in most main important quests. It's dangerous, I don't want to do it.
That sounds way too dangerous.
Well, if you do decide to go, take care. I'll contact you once I've looked over the comm hub. Hopefully by then I should have some idea of how it works. Until then, stay safe out there, alright? Oh, and again, great work today.
Okay, let's take a close look at these noodles. Oop. I think also I've got a texture mod, so
How in the 9 circles am I gonna get this thing back?
it's a bit more high definition than maybe it is in vanilla. All I can see is noodles now.
Hey.
Yeah? Hey.
Fairly sure Jake's meant to have some lines there to be like, I'll see you later. Again, that's one of those small things we're aware of, where if you
okay there?
Talk to a character, they're not technically saying what they should do, but it's such a minor thing, it's like, there's bigger fish to fry. But I think I'm going to call it a break for now, because I'm thirsty. However, if everyone's still raring to go, I can probably do at least one more quest. Because I would like to get to the... God, I can't remember what it's called. The hub of the problem, there we go. I was actually remembering an old name for the quest, which was A Sam in the Hand, I think. Which is what I would be talking about, because the next quest, we actually had some big changes to. I think it's the first time we have some major overhauls to a quest, and there's quite a bit I can talk about in terms of the implementation. Okay, it looks like chat wants me to keep going, do all the quests. Maybe I will do half all the quests, but for now, I definitely need to have a toilet break and get a drink, so do stick around. I'll probably be about 10 minutes or so. You should get a drink yourselves, have a toilet break, and I will be back shortly. And I'm back. And making sure my mic's working this time? Yes. For those who maybe weren't here last time or don't remember, I often forgot to unmute my mic. So there was at least a few minutes of gameplay where there was also silence. But I'm fairly sure I've got it this time. I'll just give everyone a minute or two to return from their own breaks. Got myself a drink. I got myself a snack. It is good to stay hydrated. What am I eating and drinking? I'm eating a Trek Protein Flapjack Salted Caramel Bar. 7 whole grams of plant-based protein. Also a source of fiber. Delicious. And I'm drinking cola, because I am a man-child, and I like cola. Like, I have very few vices, but cola, that's, it's diet cola as well, so, you know, it's not too bad for me, but yes, water's better for you, but it's the one thing I have that's bad for me, so. I'm drinking Old Paul's Dog, yes. And I'm not sorry. So I'm just quickly looking over the old Twine file for the quest we will be playing shortly. I think if you're on the internet and you're maybe watching a stream of a game of Fallout, cola might be a drink you enjoy drinking. Because it's a Saturday night and you're not out drinking your alcohol bar drinks. Couldn't name one of them. Beer. Generic beer. I have no idea what the general popular alcoholic drinks are. That's how out of touch I am. Okay, let's jump back in game. Now I'm wondering if I can take a certain perk. I'm not sure where it is. Bloody mess. Oh, okay, it's all the way down there. I don't think we'll be taking that unless I cheated, but we're not going to. So I figured we might as well kill time by doing the Super Mutant quest. And there is a way to bypass that with a particular perk. Uh-oh. I knew I didn't kill that mole rat. It must have only just spawned. Well, there goes dog meat. Ooh. Okay, I'm just running. This is too stressful. Yeah, get out of here, you. Yeah. Okay. Whatever it is, all the way over there. Ooh, that's a long run. Yep. Yes, the cannibal perk. There may be a second perk that you can use there. Maybe. I think. Maybe. But the cannibal basically lets you just bypass the whole quest instantly. So anyone who's got a high endurance build and doesn't mind taking a questionable perk, you don't have to use it. You just have to have it. And you can have a sense of communion with the super mutants there. You can understand each other on a deeper level. Oh yeah, I was going to change my armor to something with maybe a bit more resistance. Oh, nope, not that. Red leathers. So I can wear those with armor. There we go. I think I found a helmet as well. So a gas mask. Army helmet. That'll do. Ooh. What is this? Oh, it's this guy.
How's it going, friend? You're welcome to join us. Pull up a patch of dirt, stump, old tire, whatever suits you. Take a load off and stay a while. The good fellowship's on the house. The drinks are how I keep body and soul together. Can I get you something to drink?
No, thanks.
Well, then, good day to you, sir.
You know, we've been friends for over 10.
You said something there. No doubt about it.
Oh, yeah.
Fairly sure I can get this guy to join our settlements.
Commonwealth. You walk in and
Maybe I have to buy something from him.
What is this? A traveling bar?
I have a lot of friends. I make new friends wherever I go. So far. So.
He has
Sure.
to buy something
Let me
from
see
him.
what you got.
Or maybe it's a mod that lets him join.
A bit limited right now, but take a look.
I will buy a beer, please. 1 beer. Thank you. Ah, okay, I need the bar.
You look thirsty. Can I set you up with something?
Interesting.
No, thanks.
Well, then, good day to you, sir.
I'm sure I've got him before without building that, but again, probably a mod I have changes the qualifications for getting him, maybe? I wonder if we have something in SS2 that ties into that, because I can't remember the last time I built one of those vanilla stores. So I'm wondering if one of our bars counts. Maybe. Oh. There's ghouls here. I'm just going to keep running. They can't see me. Apparently they can. Oh. Oh, that's a lot of ghouls. Okay, I think we need stim back. Stim back. Oh, I think dog meat's got him, maybe. Oh. Oof. Okay, now a stim pack. Dog meat does not need a stim pack. He is fine. I'm fairly certain SS2 commercial qualifies as special merchants. Okay. See, I thought I've got him before. It's likely I progressed in the story more and had the necessary unlocks to get him. I think we'll be going past my second favourite place to have as a player settlement, which is Taffington Boathouse. Boathouse, not Boathouse. I find it's a good central location for sort of early game. Especially when playing on survival. With no fast travel. So Starlight's a good early location I find. And then a bit later on I upgrade to Taffington. Ooh, okay, I think I have a mod that adds in something here. Let's go investigate. Let's see. I think it's by that big tree. But I don't want to fight the ghouls.
Perfect.
Maybe I don't have that mod installed, or maybe it's changed where the item is. Kind of want to explore. But I'm also a bit scared. I know when you enter one of these, I think a raider spawns behind you on one of them. I'm also fairly sure at certain points there's just a giant horde of ghouls here. They don't seem to be here right now. I think this is the one where the raider spawns. Maybe not. Oh, there they are. Aha! Ooh. Nice. Backpacks is something I think should have been in the vanilla game. Ooh, and whilst I'm here, I should check something that we had. I'm fairly sure it shouldn't be here at this point, but it's good to check. Now, if it's not this mausoleum, it's a different one. Okay, it's there. Now we can go down. Okay, now this, I'm going to save, just in case it breaks things. I don't think it should. Now I don't think it breaks anything by letting us go down at this point. I don't think we got around to putting any hostiles down here, so bit of a pullback behind the curtain. Sometimes we will cut things. Ooh, there's a texture bug there. I don't think that's us. I think that's one of my texture packs. So sometimes when we're trying to release, we will cut things out when it looks like we're not going to make our release. And one of the things that we had to take a bit of a shortcut on was finishing sort of level design stuff. So whilst this level is mostly finished, like you see we have loose and stuff, and like these little gold bars and stuff in here, I'm fairly sure there's maybe meant to be 1 or 2 hostile spawns in here, just to give the player something to do. But I don't think they got added, so at some point if you come back here and a ghoul or a rad roach pops out, don't be too surprised.
Won't be able to pick this.
Okay, so we have a master lock here, which stops us progressing unless we have that, but let's just cheat. And hopefully things play out as they should. Okay, that voiceover is missing. I'll have to add that. Will we interact with this?
Warning, you are in violation of a security zone. Use of lethal force is imminent.
Come on, let me in.
Error. Password required.
What is this place?
Leave the security zone immediately, or you may be fired upon without further warning.
What's inside?
Error. Command not recognized.
Never mind. I'm leaving.
Move along. Authorized personnel only.
Yep, wonderful. Okay, that's working as it should. I'm not going to spoil anything for those who haven't got there yet, but in Chapter 3, you will return here. And, it was designed so you could come here without having the password you need to get in. Yes, Guardian, I do think that is that texture pack. I think there was a fix for it, which I did get, but I don't think it's been applied to this. This playthrough I'm on at the moment is basically all the mods I'm playing with, but then I removed almost all the gameplay mods. Just because I knew if I removed everything, like absolutely everything, it was gonna cause problems because of like INI issues. And whilst I think I separated them, I used the mod manager too. I wasn't 100% certain that it would work properly, so I figured remove what I know is not needed, what won't make any problems, and just play with what remains. But at some point I might create a more clean playthrough just for SS2. But for now it mostly seems, oops, as I knock my mouse off my desk. Right now it seems to be mostly working the way it should. I think we've only had 1 or 2 janky things actually related to SS2 happen. Oop. Man, you really can't run much. I'm too used to playing with mods. Uh-oh, diseases! A disease outbreak has occurred in this settlement? In this one? While infected, disease settlers may be less efficient at their jobs. Okay. So this is the disease mechanics, which apparently is happening here. Can I sneak in? I'm going to save in case they go hostile. Yeah. They go hostile! Run away! I'm sorry! Oh yeah, it's interesting. I wasn't sure if that would happen, but I don't want them to be hostile, so... We will reload. I just wanted to test it, see if it worked. I think the way diseases are implemented at the moment is they're not as crippling as they used to be. It's more of a sort of a minor thing to deal with. Like, I think it lowers efficiency of your workers, but it's not too debilitating. I think that's how it works currently. Ah, building plan. Okay. I'm guessing things are leveling up back at Starlight. Okay, so this is one of my favorite settlements to use as a play base. Yeah. Wow, they really moved that cow. Oh. Ooh, that thing's tough. Don't drink my blood. Okay, I think I'm still poisoned. Let's cure that. Ooh, so many items. Okay, I think we have more hostiles inside. There you go. Oh, I had the perfect shot then. There we go. Those things are tough. Yeah, we got one here. Oh. Yep. No, he's trying to kill me. There you go. Oh, these guys are very patient. This doesn't seem like normal behavior. Has me a bit worried. It's either a pathfinding issue or something else I maybe need to be concerned about. Okay, let's get some loot and then we'll move on to meet the super mutants.
Got
Oh,
it.
copyright. You're right. Grab this. Radio. Phew, okay. Maybe we're fine. I really should get that mod that mutes all the radio stuff.
No way I could pick this.
Okay, I think we can claim this place now. See, no hostiles. telephone. Hooray! Okay, let's store some of our junk here. Okay, we don't want the minigun. We don't need a tire iron. We don't need 2 shotguns. Okay, we don't need that many pistols. Should probably put some of that on. Chest piece. So this one gives me plus 30, but minus agility. This only gives me plus 10. Yeah, I go plus 30. Okay, let's go meet the mutants. So, this is a quest written by, straining my mind, I think it was Harkness. I could be wrong. And I believe he wrote... I'm not sure if we had someone else who wrote it originally, and then Harkness came in and sort of did his take on it. And then I think I came in and then did like an editing pass on it. So it went through some evolution. I think initially the... Okay, we're going too far. We're going too far. I don't want to find mutants, not yet. I think initially the mutants were a bit too intelligent sounding. I remember with some feedback we got. So we actually had to bring in Super Weevil, who just, because I hadn't written mutants yet, so he gave it a pass of, here's how I wrote the mutants. Because he wrote, my mind is saying Carnal, but Carnal is the mutant that moves into Fallons. But there's a mutant in Conqueror. Oh, that's cute. A little ASAM thing there. There's a mutant in Conqueror who joins you, and so Super Weevil had to write that mutant. So he mutated up the lines. Uh-oh. Victory. Oh, I see, Cynical. Someone else wrote it originally. Harkness polished it, and you edited it. Thank you. So this is a quest that went to, like, whoever wrote it originally, I'm sorry, I can't remember off the top of my head. I think it may have been, like, a quest that was written prior to SS2, maybe? And we sort of incorporated it into SS2. Could be wrong about that. But we had a few quests like that that went through some rewrites and some changes and some evolutions. So I'm going to change here.
Bleeder! Come closer! I crush you and feed you to dogs!
What are you?
Stupid human! I am Super
Maul.
Mutant!
That's his name. Thank you,
What
Erica.
you think I am?
What's a super mutant? So, should I monk him? Should I call him Stinky? Let's ask what he is first, and then we'll monk.
What's a super mutant?
Super mutant best! Better than humans! That sound what?
Oh, we can't ask anything else. Boo.
Bleeder!
Quiet, Hammer. I talk for us. This super mutant land human. Sickle leads super mutants here. Why you come? Speak!
So, some of you with observant ears may notice Sickle sounds a bit differently. And that's because we had to revoice him, because he reappears in Chapter 3. But I don't think we could get his previous voice actor back, so unfortunately we had to redo his lines. So he does sound a bit different now.
Do you mind if I just take a look around?
Human no look here. Private super mutant's property. Full of treasures. Human can't just walk in here.
Let me in, damn it. You really don't want me for an enemy.
So a human can look, but not touch anything. Watching you, Bleeder. Sickle hate ghouls.
Okay. I'm not sure if we can actually go in now. Okay, we can go in sooner. Now, I think in one version of this quest, at this point, you could walk up, grab these. It was going to be like a box of ASAMs, and then you could leave. Now, at the moment, these just flash. We can't have them flash and let you pick them up, unfortunately. So I've seen a lot of people run up to these and be like, I want them! But you cannot have them. They are a prop. But maybe we should add a few here that you can just pick up. Because I see so many people just want to grab these. Guardian says, you got to throw the sarcastic line at them. I'm sorry, I missed that opportunity, I think. Mutant Small, yep. He could come back, but lost his professional mic and the audio was stinky. Aha, thank you, Kez Daddy. That's for the voice actor of Sickle. Speaking of Conqueror, Glenn did a really good Super Mutant voice. Jammer's voice actor, who also voiced Scout. Interesting. See, now you know more lore than I do. But let's go find Sickle. Where's he gone? Because we actually do want to do his quest. I think if we talk to him again... Okay, Hammer's got nothing to say. Again, these are like small polish things that we will fix eventually. But
You again? What now?
Not at the moment.
Oh, now Sickle see. Sneaky human wants ASAM blinkies. No. Special things bring us luck. Human can no have.
Maybe we can reach an agreement? I just happen to have a pile of caps here.
Caps? Stupid human. No want useless caps.
What if I made it worth your while?
You want ASAM blinkies? You trade, human. You do work for Sickle. Maybe give you some.
Okay.
Okay, I'll help you.
Yes. Go find brother of Hammer. Tell him come back. He leave note. Sickle can't read bad scribbles. Take it.
Nail. Make bear friend by big car brother. Fake. So, do excuse me, I'm currently eating a tasty, nutritious nutrient bar thing. And it's getting stuck in my throat as I eat it. So now I'm going to point out some bad quest design. And this feels a bit bad because really I should point out bad quest design in some of the quests that I designed and not quests that other people designed because that's a bit, you know. However, this is something also I should have caught, so it's partly on me. So you get the note to go find Nail. And the note reads, if I can find it, Nail scribbles. So this is your clue. Nail, make bear friend by big car brother. Now, of course, in typical Fallout fashion, we just put a waypoint where you need to go. But really, this isn't enough to go on. Like, I don't think most people, unless we made it like if you had skills in this, you know, you can decipher it and figure out what he means if it's a location you've been to, because now we're going to somewhere we've not been to before. It's quite far away. Like, big car. Well, here's a big car. Did he mean the bus? Like, it's not enough information. So really, we should have done a bit more thinking in that and made it something that made sense for the player to be able to figure out, even though we put a waypoint there. So it's always felt a bit cheaty that we kind of just point the direction to it, but really there's no reason to have figured out that this is the way to go. So I don't know what we could do to change it at this point though. Okay, let's get rid of that. Oh, I need to activate the quest. That might help. And it's over there. Okay. I knew I was going in the right location. From Kezdaddy. Feel bad for missing the last Concord Stories livestream, but I was too tired from Cyric's last stream. Oh, that's not to me. It just says my name. You confuse me. Canuck says, I get the note, but I have 1,000 hours of Fallout 4. Exactly. It's one of the things where we who know can metagame, but you should never design a quest around that. You should always design it as if the player is a person and they need to follow that clue to figure it out. We tend to be good at that, I'm not going to say we don't do it in the main quest a few times. I'm sure we do. But just to anyone who's, you know, writing in general or doing quest design, don't do that. Figure out a way for it to make sense. And for the clue to lead them there in a way that is organic, but also allows the player to actually sort of use their brain. Even though they don't have to because there's a way marker there, but just try. There's the right away. Right away. Sorry, it pings without the circ. It does. Well, it highlights it, so it gets my attention. Gotta say, lead narrative designer or something else. Yes, that's correct. My correct title is lead narrative designer. Make sure everyone knows. Speaking of, that's actually the quest we'll be doing for Jake next, the one I want to comment on. So that will be the last quest we do today. But that way, what I rambled on about last time will actually have some relevance. Because there's a reason I told you about it. Ooh, I think there's raiders over there. And it's so you'd have context for the last quest we'll be doing today. I'm just going to leave the ghouls and the raiders to their own devices over there. Oh, I'm in Lexington. Okay, let's keep our heads down, shall we? Because I'm fairly sure maybe there's someone with a fat man over there somewhere. There is a mod. I may have it currently installed. I don't know. It will go to a location and see. But I would recommend it. It is a settlements mod. Ooh, uh-oh. That allows you to take over the Red Rocket locations. And I again could be wrong. I'm fairly sure it's someone in our community that created an updated version of it. Yes, I do think I have that installed still. There we go. This is now a settlement location. And I think that's pretty cool. So it allows you to use any of the red rockets around the Commonwealth as your own little base. Or you can make a mini settlement here. So you can abuse it, I think, because it's not balanced, and I don't know how well SS2 plays with it. I was able to create trade networks and have everything connect. So that's good. So I can't guarantee it is fully compatible with SS2, but it very much seems to be. And I've enjoyed playing with it, so I would recommend it. I think it's called Red Rocket Settlements, and if you search for it for the Nexus. Erica says, there are NLTC themed, and there's a big emoji symbol blocking what you say, so I'm going to guess. NLTC themed something plans. Begins with a C, so I don't know what it is, for the Red Rocket Settlements. Yes, I've seen those, I think. I think that's actually how I became aware of that. Either way, someone in our community somewhere had a hand in either the current version of those settlements, or in definitely the NLTC skins for them. Cool mod, check it out. Yagi-san, that's it. Thank you, John Smith. It's Yagi-san. The Red Rockets Settlement Pack by Yagi-san. On the Nexus. Download today. I think there's a big bear here. Call me crazy. Uh-oh. Does it kill it? No. Reload, reload, reload. Oh, it might kill me, it might kill me. Okay. I'm too used to survival. That would have murdered me on survival. Whew, okay. That might not be the only bear, so let's get some stimpaks in me. I really should just use the favorites menu. Gotta get used to that. Okay. Big bear. Big bear. Maybe it's over there. Uh-oh. There it is. Run away. I'm gonna cheese it. I'm gonna hide up here. Okay, it can get up here. Ah, and now I'm stuck. No! It's gonna kill me. Ah, I'm glad I saved. Okay, maybe I need to use a Molotov or something. Let's... Oh, no, I thought I saved closer. Ah. Okay, we gotta go through Lexington again. Let's try to get the red rocket. There it is. Uh-oh. Barely sure the guy with the fat man's up there. Run, run, run. Okay. This time, I will save. This time. Okay. Okay. Let's get a... Let's use some mines. Let's try and be sneaky about this. Try being the word there. Okay, save. I don't know what happened. Yeah, that's the small one. And I missed. I want to set traps for the big one. Okay, I can get that. Oop. Didn't kill it though. I'm so glad I saved it. Okay. We need to be clever about this. Come this way, bear. There's not a mine right in front of you. Oh, that did nothing! Oh! Okay, good shot on its head, apparently. And that's interesting. I kind of want the ghoul with the floating arm to fight it. Oh. I was hoping to do a bit better than that. Okay. Not as graceful as it could have been. But let's heal up and try and fight the big one. I saved my critical, so hopefully that saves us this time. What am I looking for? Stimpak. Do I take drugs? That's the question. Because we have drugs. Drugs are bad. They're very naughty and they're very bad. But I might have to do them. Okay, that's just... that was useless. I don't even know where that went. Okay, that did something. Ooh. Did it. Don't worry, Nail, we're coming to save you. Oh no. Nail. Treats. Okay, I think that did it. I think we can return now. Report back what happened to Nail. I wish, and this is just very fun Bethesda jank. I love that we can do stuff like this in the world, but technically speaking, if you ever come across a dead body, you could bring that back to the person who sent you on the quest to find it, dump it in front of them, and they'll ask you, what happened? So what do you mean, what happened? The body's right there. So it's fun that you can do that, but it makes for some very silly moments. And there's a few times during the SS2 quest where we have something similar. And you just gotta roll with it, because that's just how Bethesda games work. Who uses a stim pack from their Pip-Boy? I do. That's who. Look at this. Look at this. Where is it? There we go. That's how I roll. Too much for you? Too extreme? Yeah. You wish you were as cool as me. I don't like it when you hear dog meat scream in the distance. Where these guys came from? Oh god, there's a lot of them. Okay, I'm scared. I don't think a Molotov would do anything to them because they're flying. One more to deal with. Okay, the super mutants, we'll get that guy. Let's go report back to the friendly super mutants. So another bit of quest trivia is there is a character in here called Hammer, who is named after one of the vanilla super mutants. And we're meant to disable him, but we don't. So there's two Hammers. One day we'll fix that, but not today.
Back with no nail? What? Did he make his own tribe? Ha! He think he killed Sickle?
His rotting corpse doesn't seem like much of a threat.
Dead? Hammer not be happy. Hey, Sam's maybe not lucky. Human can take. Hammer! Nail dead! Brother! No! Nail was stupid. Hammer is stupid. Sickle not surprised. What you say? But Nail weak like stupid Hammer. You killed my brother!
Aha! In the back.
Ha! Sickle best super mutant. Smartest super mutant. Strongest super mutant. Human can take Hammer's old job. Human make good super mutant. Tiny, but good.
If you say so.
Yes! Sickle says so! Human welcome here. Want more ASAM Blinkies? You come talk with Sickle again, human.
Okay, I think... Is chalk considered a junk item? Was it miscellaneous? I think it's a junk item. In which case, we didn't bring any chalk with us. Darn it. But we leveled up. And that's the important part. Okay, I'm wondering if we can sleep in one of the super mutant beds and pass some time. Let's see. No, boo! You should be able to. That is a huge design oversight on our behalf. guess I'll just stand perfectly still for, let's see, 8 hours. Then I think we'll hear back from Jake. We may have to leave, I'm not too sure. I think you can pick up his radio signal from inside. Ah, you are correct, Cynical. I don't know what I was thinking. We are perfect in our design. Everything we do is fantastic. We've never made any mistakes, never will. And anyone who thinks we make mistakes, well, they're actually wrong. Okay, I don't think we've picked up Jake's signal just yet. Let's see. Dogmeat found something. Okay, so we want to go over here. So let's travel there. That would get us close. Uh-oh. My monitor wants to turn off because it doesn't think it's receiving a signal, but it is. There we go. Okay, so come here. I want to go down. We may swim across the river. Nope, nope. Okay, I thought it was another bear. I don't want to find any more bears. Oh, and it's a grey garden. Let's get the map marker for it. Okay, I can't say words. Let's get the map marker for it. There we go. But we're not going to talk to them just yet. Okay, we're not going to help dance. Not yet. Might do that off stream. Just so we've got the Brotherhood ready to go. I do have a lot of texture mods, but still, I think this game can look very pretty sometimes. It's not got the most fancy lighting, but it does a good job. Okay, Boston is this way. So we're probably going to have a small amount of downtime as we work our way into Boston and wait for Jake. So if anyone has any questions, now's a good time. Yep. Normally when I'm playing, I will never jump into bodies of water because the radiation is too much. How'd Dogmeat get there? Now I think we're on the right side of the river. Could be wrong. Let's wait here for 4 hours and see if we hear from Jake. Wait a minute. Oh, I'm so silly. I'm jumping ahead. We've not done well yet, have we? Either way, I'm going to go mark that location. Okay, there's where we want to go. So we want to go across this bridge. I thought we were a whole quest ahead of where we are. But we still need to go do the power well and get the power to the comm hub, which Jake will have taken back to his hardware store. We're not yet at the quest where we go to the Vault-Tec regional headquarters.
What's that?
Nothing. Run. Uh-oh. Okay, I'm just running. I'm not fighting these things. Undercover Hat says, "Hello all. I always miss the KG streams live, so it's strange being here with you and Surik. Well, welcome. We're glad to have you here. I'm not going to talk to this guy. No. I do like, though, if you kill this guy, he gets replaced by someone who looks exactly the same, sounds exactly the same, but I think he's called, like, Brother Andrew, maybe? We have this place marked now, so that's good. Okay, these guys are creeping me out. Let's travel back to Concord. That's right, because we also need to talk to Edmund. There we go, Jake's frequency. Let's listen to Jake.
Hello? Is this working? Hey there, Slick. I hope you're receiving this. Dang transmitter. If you can hear this, come on back to the hardware store. Got some news on the comm hub. Is this even broadcasting? Oh, wait. I just got it.
This has been a pre-recorded message.
Well, well, well.
The good way is ours.
Edmund's practicing his sermon.
Thanks again for helping with the crate.
Not at all, my child. But are you certain about the church?
Sure, why not? I mean, it's not like anyone else is using it.
Oh, may the Lord bless you for your kindness.
Okay then. Well, just let me know if you need anything.
So this scene here was retconned in.
Not at all, my child. But
let's interrupt Jake.
Howdy, Slick.
Okay.
Good to see you again.
So originally you just met Jake here and there was no Edmund, but I think we introduced the Concord expansion in Chapter 2. We needed to find somewhere to introduce this new character. And this is the only spot where it made sense to just insert a random greeting that Jake has with someone. I think it works, but it took us a while to figure out exactly where to put it. Who was that interesting fellow, Jake?
Who was that again?
Huh? Oh, you mean the fellow I was talking to? That's Edmund. Met him on the road from Olivia. Some kind of traveling preacher, I think. Nice guy. Helped me move the crate back here. He asked if I knew anywhere he could set up a church, so told him about the place across the road. Guess we're neighbors now.
You wanted to see me?
Yeah, that's right. As you could see by the crate, I managed to get the comm hub back. Although it wasn't easy, let me tell you. I've got the hub inside if you'd like to see it.
No. But I want to continue the story, so okay.
I don't see why not.
All right, follow me.
Ooh,
There it is. Ain't she a beaut? Although sadly not ready for service just yet. In fact, I couldn't even turn it on. But I have been able to give the old gal a good going over. Got a rough understanding of the hardware.
You got my attention.
You've got my attention.
Well, judging by the internals, this thing mostly appears to be a giant processor. My guess is that it operates as a kind of ASAM switchboard, connecting and communicating with the sensors. Which makes sense, really. I mean, it is called the comm hub. Now, if we could get sensors connected and communicating, that really would open up our options. Let us do some cool things.
Oh yeah? Like what?
Well, for example, remote management, mass software updates, division of settlement labor, and the obvious one, better communications. Now, to you, that last thing may not sound like much, but trust me, better communications is something we want. So I think it's in our best interest to get this comm hub running. Really begin to rebuild the Commonwealth.
Okay.
Just tell me what we need so I can get started.
In order to get things going, first, we need to turn this thing on. And for that, we're gonna need some serious power. And I'm afraid my little generator just ain't gonna cut it. However, as luck would have it, just a couple of feet below us is all the power we could need.
Go on.
Go on.
Concord has a municipal plutonium well. Probably used to power every building in town. To get some real power flowing again, all you need to do is turn it on. That is, if you wouldn't mind helping out.
I got a better idea. Do it yourself.
I need to stay up here. When the power starts flowing again, there may be surges in the grid. I'll need to keep a close eye on that.
I'm on it. It's as good as done.
I knew you'd
Yep,
help.
I changed my mind.
You'll have to discover a way into the old service tunnels running under Concord. Once you're down there, find something that looks like a big old generator. Do what you need to start it up, then head on back.
So this, I think, is the first quest where we actually have a new interior. A lot of the time we make use of either pre-existing vanilla locations that don't have much going on there, or we use something like, so for example, the church. I don't think this has any use in the vanilla location, so this was quite a clever use. Or we use interiors like the Voltec regional headquarters. Or occasionally we will slap a door on something and make sort of a new interior, but that's kind of in between. It's a new interior, but it's using like a pre-existing thing. Now where we're going now is a bit like that also, but I'm going to count it as its whole new area. And it was designed by Business Vulture, who was our level designer. Still is. These guys always make me jump, and then I miss. Okay, that's a steep angle. I'm blaming that on the angle. Oop. Shoot, come on. Okay, I need to reload. That's why. Okay, did dog meat kill that, or did it just die? Who knows? Yeah, I think we can probably ignore that Mirelurk. It's minding its business, we're minding our business. All is good. So, I'm going to ruin something for you in case you haven't noticed this before. This door, half the time, doesn't have a noise. So let's see. See, no noise. We don't know why. It just doesn't make the noise properly when you open it. So there is a small story that takes place here. And it starts when we open the door. And you'll notice there's a pile here of ash. And some blast marks. Now you don't know what it is just yet, but clearly something went on down here. So we investigate a little further. Yep.
Door is chained up on the other end.
Let's grab some of this lovely loot. Oh, what's this? Oh no, it's a Minuteman. And it's a raider! Oh, it's those raiders from the intro. So the idea is like, there were some Minutemen here at some point, and either these raiders chase them down here, which doesn't make too much sense, because maybe it was, Preston, I don't know, Preston had one person with him, who's outside the Museum of Freedom. But I'm not sure if there's lore anywhere of him traveling with anyone else, so it's, we don't say for certain that's what happened here. But you could maybe interpret it as that way. And another interpretation, which the terminal entries ahead make reference to, is that some Minutemen came here before. Because Preston's only really just arrived with his crew. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I didn't know I needed to reload. So I don't think we have a door blocking the way yet. No. So we just go forward. Okay, so the puzzle here is we hit the button, but it doesn't start the generator. How bizarre. So you could just explore and hopefully find the solution yourself, which is to kick the generator or do something with the generator. No, wait, that's later on. For now, it's just kicking it. Or, do we have a quest marker on it? No. Or you can read this terminal here. And it basically tells you before the war, you'd have to hit the button, and then a new entry by the Minutemen or a Minuteman who was here, who tells you, oh, I got this place working again, but I had to hook up a generator, and if it stops working, you gotta kick it. Oh, and then hit the big red button. So, let's go kick that generator. Ta-da! Small amount of polish I think we should do at one point is, I think there's an animation that's meant to play along with that, and that's where the sound effect comes from as well. I think the animation broke long ago, but it takes a bit too long for the kicking sound and then the generator to start. So I think at some point we should half the time that takes, so it's just kick, kick, generator starts. Because the amount of times I've seen someone kick it, and then walk away, and then the rest of the kicking sound starts, just bugs me. Okay, so now we hit the big button. It has a power light. And then, yep, that's making power. Alright, let's grab some loot and get out of here. Let's chip and chat as well. Am I just dense? I never equated the plutonium wells to the power plants. Is that in reference to something higher up there? I wonder if we get a settlement centered around the story, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Not too sure what you're talking about in terms of the... Oh, you mean the power plant plot that you get later on? Is that what you mean? I didn't notice until the Battle of Quincy, but you can see the plutonium well from above the ground too. Yep. So that's a vanilla thing, obviously. But I don't think they do anything with it in the vanilla game. So I figured, hey, why don't we use that? We do that often. We find something in the vanilla game that's either hinted on or has something like the power well up top, where I think it could be mentioned somewhere in the vanilla game that places have like power wells underground. Couldn't tell you where though. But obviously we never really go anywhere, we never see them. Like this is the most we see in the vanilla game of, so if you can see this fella. So you can sort of see these things around, but you never really go anywhere or have to do anything with them. So we do, because why not? It's an interesting thing, we should make use of it. Now, I know this always upsets Gaff, but let's see if it works. Actually, I'm going to go out the right location, so when you leave this area now, it's meant to show that the power is coming back online. Oh, I don't want to fight these guys, I'm just going to run. Run, 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 run. Close the door, close the door. Perfect. Yeah, so I think you
can't open it from this end.
Oh, no. Okay, how do I get out of here? It's not this way. Sure. I think if I go this way around, I might have run past it in my panic. I'm fairly sure, yeah, okay. I was going to say, yeah, fairly sure you can actually get out this way. So this is obviously where the Deathclaw came from. So we're meant to see a little animation when we leave here. And it will always reposition you to this exit, which is a bit law-breaking. Nope, didn't work. We don't know why things break sometimes, but they do. So the music plays. There we go, and we can hear the power coming back to the lights there. But we're meant to see sort of the lights turn on, and the camera's meant to do a fancy thing, and the sole survivor stands there looking all triumphant because they did something. Good job. Canuck says, I always thought the wells were nuclear waste dumps. Well, they don't do anything with them in the vanilla game, so I can't blame you for that. Like, but they look cool. Like, you've got one here. It's just this giant thing stuck to the side of a building. And then obviously we have the... See, I'm not entirely sure how these operate, because they're called Municipal Plutonium Well. And it kind of looks like you're meant to have something here. Now, my silly brain was like, do you put a bucket there and it fills it up with the power? Of course not, that's not how it works. So I'm thinking maybe there was like a power cell or something there, which is what we put there, I think, in the versions of the wells that we have underground. Yeah, it's a cool piece that I think probably came from a concept at some point. It was designed into the game, but they just never really did anything with it. Perhaps a giant fan working processor could become a plutonium well in the interior too. Could do. One thing I know is that the scene breaks if you are in combat before exiting. See, now it just... I think maybe we were in combat then. Maybe that's what did it. But I've seen it break for no reason, I think. So, I don't know.
You should have all the power you need now.
Yeah, I noticed. When the power came back, it blew out half the bulbs in here. It's gonna be a pain in the ass to replace those. But the important thing is, we now have power.
Will it be enough?
I don't know. Let's go find out.
Uh-oh.
All right then. Let's try powering this thing up. Now let's see here.
So this, if you remember, I'll just pause it for a second. For those who were around in the first stream, I talked about in the very early version of the quests, when you met Jake for the first time, he blew himself up when trying to make some explosives, because he wanted to come here to Concord to fight the raiders to get the ASAMs. Now that was cut and removed. That doesn't happen. But it does happen here in a similar way. So it's interesting how set pieces can get moved around sometimes. And this happens a lot in just the games industry in general. There'll be a set piece somewhere or an event, like what's about to happen here. But the context at some point was different, but they just move it and reuse it somewhere, and why not? It's an asset, you've made it, or it's something you've written. Why not use it? However, we don't have Jake get his smoky, sooty face. Sadly. Maybe one day.
That didn't exactly go to plan.
You almost got us killed.
Oh, don't be so overdramatic. Eyebrows usually grow back. To be honest, I was kind of worried this might happen. The hub's been sitting around unused for so long, and so many of its parts have degraded. Seems even with enough power, there's no getting around blowing out capacitors and perished semiconductors.
I'm very disappointed in Jake.
Still, it's worth a try.
What a waste of time.
Give me a day or two. Maybe I could swap out some of the busted parts, clean a few tubes. It might be enough. I know it may not seem like it, but this was a step forward.
I find that very hard to believe.
Hey, one step back, two steps forward. Oh, wait, before you go. Here, take this.
And this is something else we retconned in here.
After all the trouble we've had with raiders, I started wondering if ASAMs could offer a solution. Now, I've not had the time to put some together myself. Been too busy with the comm hub. But what you have there are instructions on how to jury-rig together a sort of defense plot. It's not very advanced, but should at least deter attacks from some of the small fry.
So this is something I think we added because we had feedback of it feeling too long before you got a proper defense plot. And I think this was feedback we got after the release of Chapter 1. And so I remember Gaff asking me like, hey, can we just have the player get the defense plot like at the same time they get all the other plots? And I remember being like, no, because that's not how it happens. You have to get it later at the ASAM Vault-Tec headquarter place where they're messing with the ASAMs. And so this was sort of the workaround where it's, okay, you don't get the full defense plot, but you get something sort of to hold you over until you get the real thing. I think it works nicely. Like, mechanically, yeah, you should have the defense plots sooner. But we kind of had already committed to it and written the story, and I didn't want to change things because it made stuff... Like, imagine I'd have to then go back and rewrite the Vault-Tec HQ quest, but remove the Marshall plot from it. It just makes it seem less impressive to me. And so I was like dead set against it and said, no. So this was the compromise, but as often happens with compromise, it tends to be better than the initial thing that was wanted. I think it works out better like this. I'm not sure how Gaff feels about it. But I just remember this being not an argument, but a disagreement, where it's like, no, I don't want the defense plot here. But I'm going to be annoyed anyway.
Whatever it is, I hope it's reliable.
Technically, it's just a creative use of an ASAM program with an industrial plot. But by making the changes listed on that piece of paper, the ASAM should be able to guide someone to build something a little more defensive. After that, it's just a matter of basic maintenance by whomever was assigned to it.
I see Cynical saying, Cyric's ability to bullshit technobabble is endlessly impressive to me. Don't thank me, thank Star Trek. That's probably why I picked up most of the reasonable sounding technobabble. You'll notice, I'm not sure if you will notice, I don't know if you watch these things, but I've noticed on a lot of sort of modern sci-fi, I put in quotation, shows, they're terrible at technobabble. Like, it doesn't make sense even within the show's sort of crazy techno science universe. There was something I was watching recently that I didn't watch, but I did watch someone tear it apart because that's fun to me. And the way they explain things, it just hurt me inside. So, yeah, Star Trek, good technobabble. A lot of modern sci-fi, bad.
If you say so.
I'm going to be busy with the comm hub for a while.
Cynical
so
knew
I
I was going to say Star
demonstrate.
Trek.
But I'm sure you'll be able to figure it
Because
out
Star Trek's
yourself.
great.
Thanks for your help today. I'll put out a radio message again when I've got news. Take care out there.
See, I think a lot of Star Trek, I'm going to talk about Star Trek for a while now, is written by people who either had experience in engineering and sort of the more engineering sciences, or people who were very big fans of it. And it shows in the writing, like, even though they're making something up, it makes sense. Even though it's just, like, nonsense. And I appreciate that. It lends some realism to the world. I'd say Fallout's like that as well. Fallout was obviously created by BioWare. That took me a while there. And the first game's very different to Fallout 4 if you've not played the first game. But they establish a lot of the lore there, and even though it's sort of silly, fantastical lore, it all makes sense, like within this universe. And Bethesda obviously inherited that, and so that's what we have now in Fallout 3 and Fallout 4. But you got to thank the work of all those old guys who created the universe. Creating a universe is hard and difficult, and to make something so fleshed out that like 4 games in, technically more, it still holds up and makes sense, and they're still building on top of it. That's impressive. That's some good lore, some good made-up technobabble that still kind of makes sense within the universe. Let's just steal some from the death. Oh, I'm way down. Okay, that's not good. Dog meat.
Hey.
Come here, boy. Nope. Nope. Come back. Stay.
Over here.
Okay. You're gonna carry. Let's see. Okay, only needs to carry one thing. Carry that. Okay. We'll go to Red Rocket, dump off some stuff, and then we'll fast travel to the next quest. We've been going 4 hours. I was going to try and keep it for 3. I'm thinking maybe you guys want me to keep going, though. So in chat, if you want me to keep going, and we'll get to the quest I actually wanted to play today. And hopefully I'll have a lot to talk about it. So, God, we might go for 5 hours today. I'm doing a terrible job at keeping these well-paced and well-timed. Oh, no, I don't want to do that. Cancel. I don't want to do that. Okay, I want to transfer. There we go. And let's see. I'm impressed you're still awake, says Undercover Hat. Me too. I'm actually been shifting my sleeping pattern because I'm off on a trip soon, so it will be more beneficial for me to be more awake at this time. Okay, I'm going to keep that. Nope. Oh, okay. Yeah, transfer. Okay. Put that. At some point I'll go through all these and actually find something that actually, no, I won't give one. I'll probably kit myself out for next time. Okay, that's the one I want. But for now, I'm just going to dump all this stuff off here. Okay, that's probably good enough. And let's travel. Okay, hopefully that classical music doesn't get us copyright struck. It's classical, so we should be fine. Hopefully. It's not a visit with that rascal King Gaff, is it? Oh, I cannot say. I cannot say. It might be, might not be. Who knows? Probably not. Classical music provided to you by the Institute. That's right. Let's save in case something horrible happens, and we're going to wait 24 hours. Wait. There we go. Sorry, just taking a last swig of my giant glass of cola. It's all gone now. I'm very sad. Okay, interesting. That wasn't enough time for Jake to appear. I thought 24 hours would be enough. Well, another 24 hours it is. Wait. So, whilst we're waiting, what's everyone's opinion on Starfield? Has it replaced Fallout 4 for you? Have you finished it already and you've gone back to Fallout 4 or back to Skyrim? Has it replaced Fallout 4 for you? I think that's a boo from Cynical for Starfield. Oh, there's Jake, but let's listen to his radio anyway. It's only polite.
Hey there, Slick. How you doing? Don't bother answering that. I can't hear you through your Pip-Boy.
He can't hear us.
Also, this is pre-recorded.
No way to talk to him.
I got some news on the comm hub. After a little tinkering, a few replaced parts, and a whole lot of cursing, I've still not been able to turn it on. Not exactly the best news, I know. But as it turns out, too many of its parts are degraded beyond use. However, here's some good news. An acquaintance of mine did some information digging. We've made a little discovery. Turns out, there's a building in downtown Boston where we may find a second comm hub in better condition. This message should trigger a marker update on your Pip-Boy's map. I'll be waiting for you there by the time you hear this.
Well, we should go meet with Jake.
Message.
Oh, we've got some mixed opinions on Starfield in the chat there.
Hey.
Oh, talking to Dogmeat, not Jake.
Hey, Slick. Say, you spoken to any of the people around that old theater? Those glazed eyes, creepy smiles. You read any of their little pamphlets? I tell you, they ain't right in the head.
Good night, Erica. Thank you for sticking around for so long. Technically, we are running over, but I think enough people want me to keep going, so okay. It's longer than I intended. Next time, we'll try and keep it to a more reasonable time. Next time, I promise.
You're right to avoid them. Crazy bells are ringing.
Crazy as a soup sandwich. Anyway, as I said in my message, I've been unable to get our comm hub running. Honestly, given the state of it, I'm not surprised. Tech like that ain't designed to be left sitting around unused. Too many of its components have seized up or just degraded over time.
I knew this was a waste of time.
Hold up now. This isn't a lost cause, not yet. Just listen. If we want more out of ASAMs, we need a comm hub that works. But as it is, I don't have what we'd need to repair the one we have. However, fortune has smiled upon us. A friend of mine discovered where we might find a second comm hub in better condition, as well as a nice stockpile of ASAM products to boot. So if you'd care to join me, I want to go check this place out.
can we pass the speech check? Let's try.
Is there anything else I should know?
Well, this probably isn't going to fill you with confidence over my abilities, but honestly, I've never seen anything like the comm hub before. Its technology is so far beyond anything I've seen in the Commonwealth. It's ridiculous.
It's almost like it's from
Whoever designed
space
that
or
thing was a
something.
genius. But because it's so advanced, we'd have a hell of a time finding replacement parts to repair it with. That's why I'm hoping we can find a second comm hub in better condition. Because otherwise, I'm not sure I'll be able to repair the one we have. Sorry to unload on you, but you did ask. Anyway, you ready to head out?
XV Versus says, I think for me, Starfield will replace the other games once we have the creation kit and big mods being made for it. I will still also play Fallout 4 for years to come though. It's kind of replaced Cyberpunk, I guess. I was going to play Phantom Liberty, but just no real wish to do it now. I think, now, not to ruin it for anyone else, Starfield hasn't grabbed me though. If it's grabbed you, fantastic. For me, it just didn't do it. I think at the point when I'll be able to go into it and sort of really enjoy it will be when there's quite a few mods for it to tweak things just the way I like. So it's the gameplay system a bit closer to Fallout 4, a bit closer to Skyrim. I think a lot's been removed to enable some of the new systems, but some of the things that have been removed are the things I enjoy. So it just makes me not feel it, and that's a shame. Anyway, let's go, Jake.
Sounds good. Let's go.
I knew I could count on you. With luck, we may just find ourselves a working comm hub. Or at the very least, a few ASAM goodies. Here, let me update your Pip-Boy map. There we go. All right, lead on.
Okay, so we have our first major difference that would have happened. So in an older version of this quest, which was called ASAM in the Hand, I don't know why, it just was. I guess because you get ASAMs. This was, I think, meant to be originally where you just got a load of ASAMs. Now, I do have the Twine open somewhere, so we can go through it. It's been a while since I've read it. So I'm going off my memory, but we will check in on it and see the differences. Now, the intro played out roughly the same, I think, with you meeting Jake, and he thinks that there are ASAMs nearby. I think at this point, we just want more ASAMs. It wasn't anything about repairing the comm hub. And once we got close enough to the regional HQ, which we're approaching now, you'd overhear a conversation, and Jake will tell you to hide, get down. And as we're approaching, we'd see two gunners. Have I overshot? I think I've gone a bit too far. Where is it? There we go. So as we're approaching here, we'd see two gunners, and we'd hide behind these cars. We get down. And they'd be complaining about looking for something, and they didn't find it in this stupid building. And those gunners were Berman and Wise. It was their first appearance, so originally they were going to appear here. And they'd sort of walk away. And this was changed for multiple reasons. It was changed because the implementer, who I mentioned last time, couldn't figure out how to have that happen in terms of them be here and sort of walk whilst talking and have the player not engage with them. Having the player not engage with them was also somewhat of an oversight. I think I had a way around it, because obviously most players will want to shoot them because they're nasty gunners. And I had, maybe it's in the notes, I think I had something that meant you couldn't do it, or even if you did shoot them it would make sense. Can't remember what it was though. But that's the first major difference here. The gunners were here, and they were looking for something. But it wasn't the comm hub. Canuck says, I realized Starfield wasn't for me when you first meet the
Seems to be the right address.
Just wait for Jake to stop talking.
Records say a lot of ASAM stuff was delivered here. Apparently, they were expecting a comm hub too. Wait, you hear that? I don't think we're alone in here. Keep your wits about you while we look around.
Oh, we'll keep our wits about us, Jake. For me, it was when you first meet Constellation and get the main quest info, and all I wanted to do was tell them where to shove it. Nope, Jake saw a ghoul. So switch to my...
Did you get them all? Are there any more?
Oh, there's more Jake.
Scared the crap out of me. Come on, let's check out that terminal over there. Good. It's over.
Got him.
Ugh, that better be the last one.
Okay, I'm going to pause here for a second, and let's go look at the old twine, if you would be so inclined. Let's see. Back to the chatting screen. As I get this set up. Let's see. I felt very similar to Starfield. It's definitely more railroaded than the previous entries. It doesn't sort of allow you to branch off and do what you want to do. You know, Skyrim was very good at that. You exit the beginning area and you're free. You can go anywhere. You can do anything. I love that. Starfield, definitely more railroaded of where they want you to go. And a bit like you, I didn't want to do what I was being told to do when I was being told to do it, or for the reasons I was told to do it, and I wasn't allowed to say no, and that felt very bad for me. So that didn't help. That was the beginning of me not feeling like, oh, I don't feel good. Like, this isn't what I wanted. Luana, I must sleep, but I'm really glad I was able to catch the stream. Great writing. Thank you, and good night. Well, we're somewhat close to the end. This will be the last quest we do tonight, so if you watch the recording tomorrow, just jump to the end and you'll be able to see most of the stuff I wanted to talk about. Really, maybe I should have waited to start this next time, but I'm going to be gone next week, so I'll do it now. Give you a treat. Okay, I think this should work. There we go. So, this is what was called a Sam in the Hand. Some of my notes say, places to put ASAM sensors. The basement storage area is a good idea, but it's easy to get into quickly. Perhaps lock the lift door. Keycard we can find in Davidson's office. If not locking the lift door, Davidson's office is a good place to put them, as it acts as a good enough end to the dungeon loot room. So, as you can see, things were a bit different. I mentioned there locking the elevator, which we do. That is something we could change, and so we add that keycard in, which is not a vanilla thing. And originally, the ending was either going to be in the basement, or if we couldn't lock off the elevator door, it was going to be in Davidson's office. So let's see, so you have a similar enough radio call from Jake there. Let's see what he says. Yeah, so he's tracking down more ASAM sensors in this version, because he's saying what we've got won't last forever. So you'd meet Jake, I'm fairly sure he'd say a very similar intro to what we just had. Glazed eyes, creepy smiles. Crazy as a soup sandwich, that line's there too. But then we'd immediately just go to, after you talk to him, alright then, we're heading to the Voltec Regional Headquarters for the Commonwealth, where we should find ourselves some ASAM sensors. So that was it. You talk to him, and immediately you have to find the sensors. We would approach the HQ and... Shit, gunners! Get your head down! Environmental dialogue, no player input, so he just shouted that out loud. Two gunners are walking past and away from the Voltec Regional Headquarters building. Player can either hide with Jake or attack them. If the player gets too close, they will go hostile. So maybe this wasn't Wise and Berman. Maybe in an earlier version it was Wise and Berman, and I changed it to be generic gunners, and you don't overhear their conversation. So maybe I moved that from here to somewhere else, because then the player can attack them if they want to. So after they're gone, either you let them leave or you attack them. Jake would have slightly different responses. Let's see, I think I can test from here. So after they left, Jake would say, "Ah, good, they're gone. Didn't fancy dealing with the gunners today." The gunners? Who are the gunners? They're a mercenary group. Guns for hire. Huh, explains the name, I guess. Ain't exactly the nicest group you'll run across. The HQ's just ahead. Let's head on in. So, Jake knows who the gunners are at this point in the story instead of later on. Now, he does know who they are later on, but it's more general knowledge. In this version, he's actually had some history with them. I think this is the first time we touch on it. So, similar opening, we go in. Don't think we're alone in here. Keep your wits about you while we look around. Ghouls would attack. He comments on the elevator. I'm not sure if we have that in this version. I'll try that. Ghouls attack. If you try and use the elevator, maybe we need a keycard. Okay, so I think for now, back to the game. And I'll check chat very shortly. There we go. Here's Daddy asks, have you got the original Berman Wise lines too, or was it basically the same as their conversation you overhear in front of Ron's office? Could you please turn down the music, Dad? Oh, is the music a bit too loud? Let's turn that down. Hang on, I'll have to switch back, I think. Okay, let's move that down. There we go. Back to the game. Hopefully you could hear me over the music. So, slightly different opening to going into here. I think the Berman and Wise chat was similar. I think it's they were looking for something instead of someone. So what you hear near the Ron's office is likely similar to what they used to say. I'd have to try and find the original quest somewhere that has them. I think at that version we just went over, they'd already been removed because I wanted the player to be able to kill the gunners there. I didn't want to, steal their agency. So, all this middle stuff that's happening now, this came after the rewrites.
All right. Looks like we're in the Vault Tech headquarters for the Commonwealth. Well, that's kind of weird. Assuming this is the right place, why would a Vault Tech facility be having ASAM equipment delivered?
I don't know, Jake.
Didn't one of the ASAM sensors talk about Robco being in partnership with Vault Tech? Maybe that's why.
Vault Tech.
Hold that thought. Just found the employee records.
I love the close-up camera angles.
Magnuson. Have we heard that name somewhere before?
Am I intelligent? Nope, I can't remember.
Sorry, I don't remember.
I can't shake the feeling I'm forgetting something important. It was someone recently. We were both there and... Wait, I remember now. The terminal records at the satellite station. We read the same name there. It was a Magnuson who had the comm hub we found shipped to Olivia. Huh. Maybe this guy was in charge of delivering hubs or something? This seems like something we should look into. Maybe this Magnuson had an office here. Let's see if we can find it.
So now we're off to find Magnuson's office. And we have some lore here that explains that just before the bombs fell, I think, the Robco HQ, not Robco, Vault-Tec HQ was being searched for having Robco stuff they should not have. Oh, get him,
That's over.
And for those who are interested, there should also be some lore on this terminal. Yes, there is. Including the name of Madison St. James. That name seems familiar. Where could that be from? So Madison was mentioned all the way back in Chapter 1. I'm fairly sure I had these terminal entries in Chapter 1. Could be wrong, but I'm fairly sure I had them added at this point. Because Madison was a character who was there in like even earlier versions of the story. I think her role just changed slightly, but it was always roughly what it is in Chapter 3. So we learn a bit about Magnuson there, and also Madison. And there's also other terminals that you may read at your leisure that have some lore. That was written by... Oh god, trying to remember names again now, and who possibly worked on it. It could have been Harkness again, I think, maybe. Basically, I was busy with other writing, probably a rewrite, and we wanted terminal entries. So I basically said, okay, here's what happens. And so he wrote terminal entries in the style of the people who work and live here. And he did a really good job. I went in and sort of tweaked things a little bit to my liking in terms of adding lore or story. But I'm going to say 90% of what's there is what he wrote. So, good job, Harkness. And I think there are vanilla notes in here, and there's also some notes that we add. But let's...
Hey, look there. I think we found the office.
Go to Magnuson's office.
Ah, good. Got a working terminal. Just give me a second here.
And here's the picture that annoys both me and Cynical. because for some reason the game likes to stretch it out. Something we will fix at some point. Not today.
This is some serious security. Ah, damn it. Can't crack this password. Oh, come on. All right, Terminal. You asked for it. Finally, I'm in. Okay, let's see what we can learn. Huh. Well, I'll never. I think I discovered why Vault-Tec was so interested in ASAM equipment. If I'm reading this right, it looks like Vault-Tec was trying to develop a rival product to the ASAM sensors.
And?
And, well, that's interesting. Seems this Magnuson was hired by Vault-Tec because he used to work with Robco on the ASAMs. They must have wanted his insider knowledge. Although, judging by his...
I think some of these camera angles are when I was trying to learn how to do the dialogue camera, and just didn't do it very well, but they've just remained, and now it's kind of part of the charm. They'll be fixed and polished one day. One day.
Here to embezzle company equipment.
Sounds like an asshole to me.
The nerve on this guy. He was actually stealing from Vault-Tec. Building materials, computers, robots. Hell, he was even stealing their ASAMs, and... Oh, I don't think we're gonna find a second comm hub here.
Why not?
Vault-Tec were expecting a comm hub to be shipped here. But this Madison guy hijacked the delivery. Had it sent to Olivia instead. What we came here to look for, we've already found.
That's disappointing.
I'm sorry. Maybe I should have looked into this more before dragging you down here. Looks like we're stuck with the hub we have. But it does sound like Vault-Tec were working on something similar. Maybe we should investigate this rival product of theirs. Hey, maybe it's something we can use? The Terminal said this place has a warehouse where they worked on projects. I'm thinking we should take a peek down there. Although Terminal also said we'd need to take an elevator. And supposedly we'd need a key card for that. There's gotta be one around here somewhere. Let's see if we can find it.
Okay, I'll have to find the keycard. So, I think, yep, here's the first Magnuson personal log you can find. So you've already heard him in Vault 111, but this is the first time you get one of his personal logs.
I was more than apprehensive the first time I met the lovely Miss St. James. After all, she was there to strike a deal with Robco, who just usurped my research. Also, they could make a quick buck. But I needed a new patron, and Vault-Tec's pockets are deep. Vault-Tec. The very company I'd hoped to outshine with my little venture. The irony is certainly not lost on me.
Let's go kill Davidson Ghoul. Oh my god, I missed. I think Jake mostly dealt with that.
Alright, we found what we need. Let's go take that elevator.
And over here is the first time we can hear Madison.
Excuse me, Doctor. Dr. Magnuson.
What? What the hell do you want?
Madison St. James, Chief Procurement Officer. I'd like to talk to you about your ASAM technology.
In case you hadn't noticed, Miss St. James, I no longer work for Robco. And even if I did, why in the blue heavens would I share anything with the CPO of Vault-Tec?
Because, Dr. Magnuson, unlike Robco, Vault-Tec has an appreciation for those with academic ambition.
Bah! Out of my way!
It appears Dr. Magnuson is currently feeling uncooperative. Suggest any future negotiation include adequate incentives.
Right, now, in an earlier version of the quest, which I couldn't find, this is where things ended. And I seem to recall we had dead gunners here, sitting down, with the TV on, blasting light at them. And that's what made you notice them. and Jake would comment something like, "Gunners here? What were they looking for?" And let me see real quick if I have that in the Twine. It may be on a previous version. I think, yeah, that must have been in a future version. So I think we removed that you met the gunners outside because the implementer said that she couldn't do it. And so, okay, that's what it was. The Twine lines that I read before, Jake would have said here, of like, gunners here, what could they possibly be looking for? So this is our first clue that the gunners have also got some kind of link to what you're currently doing. Like, they're also interested in ASAMs, and they're looking for what Jake's looking for. Cynical says, I remember in an editing meeting telling you that the quest feels disappointing without any gain if you end it here. Yeah, I can't remember what happened because we still needed to get ASAMs from somewhere, which we were meant to get downstairs. In this version, we're searching for something to do with the comm hub. So we've got the key card, and we'll go down, and I can show you more remnants of the old version of the quest that are still here, and should be either modified or removed at some point, because it actually creates something that's a... I've seen only one person be disappointed by it, and that's enough.
Stinks down here.
So originally, this is where at least one version of the quest ended. Because, let's just take care of the ghouls down here. I think that's all of them. Take your time, Jake. So, in our version, Jake will go search these boxes, because he's looking for anything related to ASAMs or Robco. So we can see we've got empty boxes and these safes. I think Jake likes to peek his head in here.
Excuse me.
We're missing something. Let's keep looking.
Now, what happened in possibly the last version of the quest before the big major rewrite was, this safe here had ASAMs and I think a holotape inside. I think it could have been one of the earlier versions of the engram tapes or the memory tapes. And I think maybe Jake had already mentioned that he was maybe looking for these.
Got some Robco boxes here. Empty.
Either way.
Not a single sensor or anything. They must have been keeping all the stuff they were working on somewhere.
All these safes are empty that Jake finds.
We're missing something.
So he found this safe, and he couldn't open it because it's rusted shut. And I think at one point, either we planned to have it or it got removed. There was going to be water dripping down onto this, and that's why it's rusted shut. So the player can't open it, Jake can't open it. But Jake gets a clever idea. So he steps back here, he charges up his laser pistol, and blam! He shoots the safe. And I think we managed to get this working. So the door would fly off, a small little fire would happen inside. Jake was happy because he got the safe open, but then it turns out he kind of incinerated most of the stuff inside. Or they were rusted. It's hard to tell, because it has been dripped on for like 200 years. And this was where the quest would end, and you get sent away. So this was originally the ending. And this safe here is a remnant of that. All of that got cut pretty much. So the opening's the same. That's about it, because all the extra content where you went up and looked at that terminal, the stuff at Magnuson's office, and then going to Davidson's, that was still there. So it was you come in, you go straight to Davidson's, and then you come straight down here, blast open this safe, and then you're done with the quest. That's how it used to go. All that got scrapped though. I think King Gaff had to rebuild most of this quest, but he kept the framework of it, so that's why we have this safe here. And one day, either I'll let the player open it, or just switch it for a safe you can open, or we'll make it so it's like the rest of these with the doors open. Another piece of cut content is, once Gaff took over implementation, he had a lot of work to do. So often, if he couldn't figure out how to get something working right away, he'd be like, okay, I'm just going to get it working as best I can, and move on. And this is one of those quests, because all the stuff down here in the sub-basement took quite a while for him to get working correctly. So that was where that's where his focus was. That was important. We needed that to work. So originally, this is how this quest went. Well, I say originally. Okay, so this version of the quest that we have right now, this is how it was meant to go. This is after the rewrites. This is after the version that we currently have in the game. So the way that this quest currently is meant to play is you're meant to search around to try and find a way into the sub-basement. You've got to find something more here. So we put a quest marker on a holotape up here. This holotape used to be very important. Now, doesn't matter. So let's listen to it.
Hey, Walter. It's Ben. The boys upstairs have been pestering me again about that hub thing. Are you sure it didn't arrive? I tried calling Donna at Boston Direct, but she said they'd already shipped it out. Maybe it got sent to another one of our warehouses? Whatever. For now, just move all the other Robco crap down to the sub-basement. It's suspicious as hell having it out in the open, and I still don't trust Magnuson. For all we know, he could be a Robco plant. Alright, I'll see you later at the post. You still owe me that drink.
So, there's actually a line missing there. We had to make a cut and end the holotape early. That or just remove it completely. But we figured, it's recorded, might as well keep it. But what we're missing there is, you'd listen to that holotape, he'd tell who he's talking to move all the stuff into the sub-basement, but he'd mention, make sure you hit the button under the desk very hard, because it's sticking because Donna had spilt some coffee on it. Donna is a vanilla character who spilt coffee over the boss and other things, so she was a bit clumsy. So the idea is, there was a button under here, like in the Kellogg room. The player could press it, but it wouldn't do anything, because they don't know that they need to sort of press it and hold it down. So you listen to the holotape, and then you get the little prompt. Try the button again, if you'd already used it. This time hold it down, you'd press it, and somewhere over here, we'd hear a noise of stone, like, you know, moving, or something moving, and we come here, and oh my gosh, a trapdoor has appeared.
Hey, nice work. Hidden trapdoor, huh? Now we're talking.
And Jake would say that line.
Well,
so,
after you.
This thing with the mats, this was because we couldn't figure out, and by we I mean Gaff, all this extra stuff of, well, he could figure it out, I'm sure, but it was he didn't have time to basically add the button there, listen to the tape, do the thing, make sure you hold down the button, then come over here to this trapdoor that's appeared because something's moved out of the way. So he just put some mats on top of it and added this button. I think the idea of the button was to get people's attention, but we've all seen so many streamers at this point get lost and confused, and it's because, kind of our fault, the quest isn't meant to play out the way it currently does in game. So I'm sure all of you have figured it out at this point and know exactly what to do. You got to remove the mats, hit the button, door opens. But that isn't the way it was meant to play out, and one day, when we're finally doing like all our main polish, this will be restored to the way it's meant to be. So if you're playing this in the future, make sure to listen to the holotape and hit that button. That's what will make this trapdoor over here appear. There won't be any mats and there won't be any button. So, for the future. Guardian says, even the mats did not work properly at launch for some folks. Yep. Again, it was one of those things where this like puzzle here that you had to do was so unimportant compared to getting the rest of this working, because getting the different things happening in out of sequence was apparently a huge headache. I think it may have been the biggest headache for Chapter 1.
Let's go take a look.
If not the biggest, second biggest.
Check this place out. Vault-Tec really were trying to make a rival product. Although it looks like they were trying to skip the whole R&D phase and just reverse engineer everything. In partnership, my ass.
I think these ASAMs are a bit too small.
What a weird setup. I wonder, what were they trying to do with these ASAM sensors? Don't suppose you've any ideas?
I really don't care.
Well, even though they never got their hands on the comm hub, it doesn't seem to have stopped Vault-Tec trying to rip off ASAM technology. Question is, what do they come up with? Let's split up and see what we can uncover down here. Let me know if you find anything interesting.
And you know what? We're gonna stop it here for today. I think we've almost been going for 5 hours. I think that's long enough. Kez Daddy's falling asleep. Other people have had to go to sleep. I've definitely run over time today, so we'll finish this quest next time. There's still a bit more to talk about. I did talk about some of the bigger changes that happened in the development, because originally we didn't have the sub-basement area. The quest ended a lot sooner, and we weren't here to repair the comm hub, we were just here to find more ASAMs. And accidentally find more information. Does this have terminal entries? I'm just going to quickly... Oh, I locked it out. Yep, locked it out. Did it too many times. I always brute force those, don't read. So, any questions anyone has? Now's the time. We'll be wrapping up shortly. Let's save the game. And let's go back to just chatting. So, definitely ran over time today. Did not intend to go for this long. I think I'm going to have to put a timer or something so we don't run over too much. Thank you, Kez Daddy. Thanks for a great stream. Thank you, Canuck. Great time. You enjoy my totally not suspicious trip. Yep, not suspicious at all. Nothing to see here. Move along. Next time we will be continuing where we left off, but it is probably going to be in 2 weeks, as I don't think I'm going to be here for next Saturday. But as always, please feel free to reach out to me on the forums if you've got any questions. There is a topic up there. I think it's like ask the lead writer of SS2 anything, so please always feel free to ask questions there. I usually let a few questions build up before I answer. I think there might be 2 or 3 questions, so I'll probably go answer soon. And as King Gaff always says, enjoy the mod. So, you know, go play the mod. If you've not played it already, which I know you have. Yep, I see you all in chat saying goodnight. Good night to you too. Thank you for joining me. This is my second stream. It went smoother in some ways, not so smooth in other ways. We'll get there. Next stream, no problems. Guarantee it. There'll be problems now that I've said that. Okay, good night everyone. Thank you for joining me, and I'll see you next time.